Okay, I think I'm lagging due to the internet connection. But before we start, there will be an equity announcement. Equity, are you ready? Okay, equity announcement. So let's hear it from equity first, and then we can proceed with the draw.
Hello everyone, it's me Raka representing Equity Officer. We received several reports according about the usage of some words that probably not polite enough because we know that somehow debate is not something that easy to be like rap and also presenting as polite as it is, but we need to make sure that because this is a competition that made by this Jabar, we want everyone to be respected to each other. We understand that probably you guys think that your opponent's argument it's not that true, but saying that they're not bringing anything at all, or just directly like do not respecting their point of view is somehow something that unjustifiable. You can like just directly questioning their logic of analysis rather than saying that they do not bring anything at all, because it is a way for us in order to making sure that you guys can improve in a way of your critical thinking rather than just directly questioning and also do not respecting your opponents. And we also received several reports from yeah pembina from a lot of like kabupaten kota that the problem then becomes that not every single one of you already like set your camera in a position that we agree on, so making sure that your paper is visible and also making sure that you are the one that in the room, there is no one in the room except you guys as a team. It is to making sure that the cheating allegation do not appears because yeah, because if you want people to believes that you are doing everything by your own, you need to prove to us that it's literally you that you do your case building. So please show us the three of you with your papers clearly, because this kind of cheating allegation already appears from round 1 to round 5, so we do not want that to be repeatedly in the round 5. And yeah, also like I would like to remind every single one of you to do not use any like smartphone or any like yeah devices that probably can help you to connect you with internet, because judges knows someone who is using the internet and do not use their own capacity of thinking. So yeah, please be mindful with everything that you do, because we do not uh, regretly we do not like menyesal untuk mengeluarkan atau mendiskualifikasi yang benar-benar terbukti melakukan kecurangan dalam perlombaan kali ini. Begitu saja dari Equity Team, diserahkan kembali kepada Cap Karagina.
All right. I hope you're not lagging. I think I'm still lagging. Okay. The draw is out, everybody. So, uh, yeah, let me share the screen. Okay, I hope it's visible, yeah. So please write down your position, your room, and while waiting, please enjoy uh, the song.
Okay, hello everyone. This building time has elapsed. I repeat, this building time has elapsed. Two things we need to do before we start the debate. Number one, please send in your speaking order through the chat box. Who's going to be speaking first, second, and third, and reply. Number two, as per the CAPS orders, I need to make sure that no one else is in the room with you. So after typing in your speaking order, be sure to rotate the device that you're using just to show that no one else is in the room. Okay, share. Okay. 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 Thank you, Goff, for that. Now waiting for Team Depok. Okay, should be good. Just checking first. Is this voice audible right now? Like, give it a thumbs up. Okay, good. Therefore, yeah, let's just start. I will also have a stopwatch on the corner of my screen. Under the motion, this House believes that Indonesia should prioritize developing its EV industry over expanding its downstream mineral processing parentheses hilirisasi program. I welcome first proposition to start the debate. Here.
Am I audible?
Yep, you're audible.
Nice.
This time, instead of looking forward, look at the camera.
Yeah, BOI just unmute. I'll try to take one. Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Indonesia, as a developing country, you need to play your cards right. Insofar, we'll prove to you in my speech how EV is a way superior market and you as Indonesia have more potential benefits if you do tap into the EV industry right now. We win this debate. So proud to propose. First point of framing, how does the prioritization actually looks like? I think it's simply you allocate more funds to this market, right? What does this imply? One, there's simply more grants for companies that do want to transition or like expand into the EV market. But secondly, there's also subsidies for people in the ground. For example, that EV vehicles doesn't have to follow Ganjil Genap rules in Indonesia that is already implemented within Indonesia. But thirdly, it's simply mostly exporting raw materials or to get foreign companies to build their factories here. And probably this means that most of the investment and most of the tangible impact of the investment put by Indonesia towards this industry means that more foreign companies will opt into the market and will build factories. I'll explain why this is inherently beneficial. What is the conclusion then? I think this more allocation means the benefit of the subsidies poured by the government doesn't only benefit companies, it also benefit the people on the ground through things like the subsidies I already mentioned before. Secondly, obviously we'll want to attract FDI towards this EV market, right? Well, how do we do this? One, the model is simple. One, you better the rule of law for this market, for the EV market. But secondly, there's simply more investment towards green energy programs in university to get the actual sufficient human resources for the EV market in order for foreign companies to want to opt into the Indonesia market from the get-go. But thirdly, simply you have the signaling effect, right? That Indonesia is willing to invest, that Indonesia is capable of expanding the EV market. This is the international signaling effect you get, right? But thirdly, it simply makes it easier for foreign companies to get permit. make it easier for these companies to get permit. For example, there's no need for these company to go through complex bureaucracy simply to get a permit. How does the EV market actually looks like under status quo? Firstly, developed nations who dominate the top of the EV market, like the US or China, through Tesla and BYD, are expanding these sectors massively, right? Therefore, this kind of EV market hegemons wants, a stable raw material supply, right? But secondly, developing countries are transitioning into EV market, for example, like India. Therefore, this proves to you that demand for EV market are going to increase progressively and stably through the course of the next few decades, for example. But thirdly, simply that jobs created by EV market are still middle to low level job, and this is an exact preemption, because this means that probably the kind of job that these EV market produce are probably manufacturing, means that most of the general population of Indonesia can still access these low to middle level jobs that EV market created. How does the downstreaming market looks like under status quo? Firstly, what is important to note is that currently Indonesia is being sanctioned by WTO because of downstreaming. That is why, for example, we cannot export our nickels effectively, because we cannot opt into free trade policies that is created by WTO because we're sanctioned. But secondly, simply that WTO imposed high tariffs on Indonesia's nickel, exactly because we implement this downstreaming program. But secondly, simply that the competition is unfavorable, right? Because if you export raw materials, you need to compete with countries like Congo, for example, which sells their raw materials for such a cheap price. But secondly, if you increase their value by downstreaming, you need to compete with advanced countries like China, who are already optimized within their production method, for example, which means you cannot compete with them in terms of quality. How then do we better capture FDI and position ourselves within the EV market? How does the prioritization of Indonesia government actually looks like under status quo? Firstly, they want to stabilize international trade and currency because of the backlash that is happening because of MBG, IHSG, and dollar and rupiah being 18,000 rupiah, for example, dollar being 18,000 rupiah. But secondly, there's still many protectionist policies, right? And the exact manifestation of these protectionist policy are downstreaming, right? Therefore, what this does is it looks Indonesia look more closed off as a nation and less collaborative in the international stage, right? But thirdly, as I mentioned before, the WTO sanction, and you want to opt back into the collaboration within the international trade, for example, because you need to stable your currency, right? How then does opting into EV market gets you more FDI? One, simply because the demand is high internationally, as I mentioned before. But secondly, you absorb the countries that want to expand into this market, and these countries are usually developed nations who have huge financial reserve that they want to expand and want to invest into this EV market. For example, like US and China, right? But thirdly, in Southeast Asia, the EV market is still untapped, which means this is the prime time for Indonesia to opt into the EV market. Insofar that way, Indonesia will get the first mover advantage, right? But thirdly, moving on, I think Indonesia simply have the best positioning in the EV market. What does this imply? It simply implies that Indonesia have the abundant natural resources for these companies to want to opt in. Indonesia have the low to middle level workforce that these companies can absorb for their factories, for example. But also because Indonesia have the huge massive population for this market to use as the market for the EV for the electric vehicles from the get-go, which means Indonesia is looking very interesting and attractive for these EV market dominated companies and countries, right? But lastly, then I think it's simply that you're seen as more collaborative, but also you spur competitions for your market by these EV hegemons. For example, if BYD opt into Indonesia, it is likely then for Tesla to want to opt into Indonesia as well. Insofar they don't want to be left behind from BYD, for example, they want to compete with BYD. Therefore, this implies that the exploitation will be less likely on the other side of the house. Insofar you have these kind of competitions, and these companies want to offer the best kind of job, for example, the best kind of image. They want to maintain their image. Insofar they want to have the edge on the Indonesian market. This is why they'll act good and they'll behave good within our market, right? How does the tangible impact looks like? I think firstly, it's simply the government have more capital, and this is the priority to every other policy, be it healthcare, be it MBG or whatever. Capital is the priority for these benefits. But secondly, you have a large reserve of international currency, right? Which is good because it bolsters your international economy and bolsters your trade, right? But thirdly, simply because you have the signaling effect, which betters your image internationally, you're seen as more collaborative. You're seen as more capable of maintaining this EV market. But also lastly, it's simply because you have this knowledge transfer from these companies that opt into and build factories within the country, and this will create a trickle down benefit, which my second speaker will explain later. Why then comparatively downstream is worse? Firstly, the first problem is time, right? Because you don't have the tools. For example, the blast melters, these kind of the non-existent infrastructure yet within the Indonesia to actually optimally increase the value of your raw materials, for example. Secondly, you don't have the capital. But thirdly, simply you don't have the human resources, and this is actually bad because this means Indonesia have all the incentive to just fly in this international human resources, and that costs a lot, right? But even if you do succeed, well, but first question, who do you want to sell it to? Because it's probably way too expensive, and so far you increase the value, right? You cannot compete with other nations like because countries who are already advanced like China in this aspect already have the first mover advantage. They already have the existing infrastructure. You cannot compete with them in terms of quality. Therefore, you need to compete, for example, in quality with these countries like China or Russia, for example, because these countries already have the existing infrastructure. These countries already have the existing human resources quality, for example. It is very hard for these kind of for you to be able to compete comparatively. I think at the very least within the Southeast Asia market, Indonesia can still have a chance to compete and dominate the Southeast Asia EV market. Proud to propose.
Okay, thank you, first speaker of proposition, for that speech. Gentle reminder that this is a recorded room, so if you guys want to take that into consideration within your speech, so yeah. Okay, now to open the case of opposition, I welcome opposition one. You're here.
Kak, before that, I'm sorry, we didn't quite get you. Tadi kakak ngomong apa ya, Kak? Maaf.
No, I just said this is a recorded room. Like if you want to know that. Okay.
Okay, then, assuming that I'm audible, I will be starting my speech. And 3, 2, panels, we urge you to look at the conditions of Indonesia right now. Indonesia has been undermined, has been belittled by the whole world, even though our nation is one of the mega biodiversity country that has so many nature, that has so many culture, that has so many history, and this is why our house is so proud to oppose this motion. Before I move on to my setup, which actually directly engage with their first speaker arguments, I would like to note a few things from the first speaker. Firstly, they frame this kind of world, this kind of prioritizations to allocate more funds, transitions to EV market. We'll take that kind of framing because on our side of the house, it actually aligns like that. But okay, that means that on our framing too, because the stakeholder here is Indonesia, that means the government is the one who's going to fund more to a specific sectors, right? Between these two, right? So that means that firstly, government will be the one that focuses more because it's Indonesia. The government is the stakeholder that will be developing these two sectors. And secondly, we think that Indonesia could still prioritize that kind of stuff in their side, but because let's be real, electronical vehicle is actually, oriented from the private sectors, right? So why not just let the private sectors do their own thing and let the government of Indonesia actually do the things that will be more beneficial to their, not only their economic growth, but also their identity. Secondly, they also stated something about the benefits about Ganjil Genap, but we think that it's actually quite irrelevant detail that you put on there. Thirdly, they also say that because of this electric vehicle advancement, we can prove to the world that Indonesia can also advance in terms of technology. Okay, we'll take that argument, but is that really what's urgent right now? Is that really what Indonesia actually needing to be seen to the world that, hey, Indonesia can have advanced technology? We're gonna take that kind of urgency as too feasible and not really getting the kind of what Indonesia actually needs right now. And then thirdly, they also talk about jobs for middle class. Okay, we're not saying that we are going to prohibit every kind of development for electrical vehicles. This actually goes into my setup as well, but we're gonna be elaborating that later. And then they say also that our currency will be have out because the economic growth will be more significant. Okay, we don't reject that kind of claim. We do believe that electrical vehicle exports will inherently, increase economic growth for Indonesia. While we're saying though, the trades off on our side of the house will be more beneficial to the country. Moving on to my setup then. Firstly, let's define what's Indonesia, and I think the proposition team has failed to actually characterize what our country really needs right now. Firstly, Indonesia is a stakeholder in this argument, right? It is a developing country, and if it's a developing country, the stability of economy is still very fluctuative. And C, it also has infrastructure that is not advanced yet and is actually unequal or has unequal distributions in the status quo right now. That which means D, they need a stable economy. They also need a weight. They also need some kind of standing in the global world to actually promote who they are. And then moving on to what developing EV industry looks like on our side of the house. It's not the developing EV industry looks like not just putting money inside of it, but B, we know that EV industry is more of like a private sectors, right? Meaning that C, if the government wants to develop that, they also have to provide more supervisors in the sectors, or maybe more humans inside of that. And I think this point has 2 points here. Firstly, this also acts as a direct engagement to their point about exploitations. We think that this is a symmetrical problems on both sides of the cases. Why? But our side will have a better trade-offs. But before I'm gonna explain the trade-offs, I'm gonna extend the likelihood for exploiting first. On their side of the house, supervisors for our private sectors are more likely to do this thing called exploitations and corruption. Why? Firstly, it is a private-centered, heavily oriented sector, which means the justification for being profit-oriented is higher than our side of the house. Secondly, because profit-oriented is more likely to happen on their side of the house, that means they have this kind of narrative of safetyness. Even if they exploit, they're gonna be okay because it's justified, right? But B, on our side of the house, yes, there may be some kind of risk of exploitation. Yes, there may be examples in the status quo, but it has actually low likelihood to happen again because our framing is gonna be there are gonna be more kind of regulations and high policy, and because they're gonna be more scared of the public backlash, right? So on our side of the house, we have that trade-off. But before I move on to my argument, the point.
How are you going to get the infrastructure for developing this downstreaming if you don't have any capital with a negative budget in status quo?
Okay, wonderful. This is actually integrated in my first argument then. Our first argument is we believe that Indonesia's top urgency is to increase the value of natural resources. And increasing the natural value of resources actually acts as an economic growth, as a catalyst for economic growth. Moving on to the reasoning here, we know that Indonesia has been undermined and has experienced unequal distributions of infrastructure for these past few years, even though we already know that Indonesia has so many nature that we can actually use to actually advance our country, right? And then the urgency here is secondly, the world has not acknowledged our nature and our power and our identity as a country that can actually be developed but still aligns with that kind of identity that we are nature oriented. This is our identity, and I think this is what the propositions team is actually undermining on their side of the house, because they're trying to advance technology and actually follow the trends of what is going on. We don't really reject that, but we think that is actually quite contradictive of what Indonesia actually wants. We don't just want to follow the trends of technology, but we also want to advance what we actually have, and that's the kind of urgency on our side of the house. For years, we have been exploited. Our nature has been used by every other country, by any private sectors from outside of our country, and we think that it is time for our country to actually use our own nature to advance our technology. And the mechanism here is simple. Firstly, how? Prioritizing mean we will focus more on the sector for downstream, aka hilirisasi, right? And B, if we focus more on that kind of sector, of course the advancing for nature will be processed much faster and much stronger, right? We don't think any arguments that attacks the fundamental of how we're gonna advance that is actually irrelevant in the very first place. And then C, because we have more advanced nature, products, advanced nature stuff, we can actually export it and promote to the world, which directly engage with their argument about how who is the target? Who are we going to sell it to? Guys, be realistic. Indonesia has been colonized, has been overexploited. I think that already explains on how our nature is actually, I don't know, very rare for the other whole world, and how they actually want to use our nature in the very first place. So that kind of argument falls in the very first place. And if we promote it to the world, if we export it, then it will increase the value, right? And the impacts here is actually simple. Firstly, Indonesia will be one seen to the world as a country with advanced, I don't know, processing for their nature, for their mineral, etc. But it still aligns with their kind of identity, right? And they will still receive economic growth. And I think that two impacts actually directly engage with the proposition team, because they say that their stance is mostly on how economic growth and how is that urgent. We don't reject that, but we're saying that on our side of the house, you can get economic growth, but you can also have a stance in the world as you are in Indonesia, mega biodiversity country. We are so proud to oppose this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Opon, for that speech. To continue the case of proposition, I welcome P2. Here.
I will begin on the.
Sabar. Move this. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
I will begin on the first word. Regulation and supervision is not a fully omnipotent thing. We believe that even if they say that exploitation is symmetrical, it still happens when private sectors, even if they go in, even if government supports it, will only be harmed when expansion exists. Because note what expansion actually does. One, you get more expats into the country. Note this necessarily overshadows the already small population of East Indonesian people there, which means necessarily the politics there are going to be worse. I'm going to explain that later. But secondly, when you cut down trees to make space for all of these companies, for all of these factories, that is already an inherent damage towards these people. Compare that to the pollution that might happen in cities when it already has happened, when there's already a lot of regulations within cities, when there's already pre-existing green movements within the cities. This does not necessarily exist under their side, and they need to prove why the government has incentives to do this type of supervision in a good way, and why there existing good regulations within there in the first place. But thirdly, insofar as when you double down on supervision itself, it is harmful when the government supervision that exists right now is tons and tons of military personnel being discharged, existing within Papua, for example. This harms the people and takes away their autonomy. I'm going to explain later. But note, when they do this for economic growth, if you do not crack down like this, if the government does not do this, therefore it might give not enough revenue, it will not give a marginal enough revenue, and it will only scale towards the harm you did towards these people, towards how much you cut costs, towards how much you are able to gain the revenue and exploit the people in the first place. Therefore, if you want to actually gain the economic benefits under their side, you want to necessarily also harm the people under their side. I'm going to then talk on the tipping point. Both sides want FDI. What's the deadlock breaker here? One, you get worse international reception insofar as downstreaming is literally sanctioned by the WTO, means literally worse reputation. This is a priority to all revenue and all FDI. But secondly, on exploitation, Hillarization has one, a principal harm of no autonomy towards the East Indonesian people, but secondly, a harm of oppression or no trickle down. Before that, I'm going to weigh on why this is important. One, because it's a priori. Indonesia is a country, therefore it needs to cater to the needs of the people, and development is only important if the people get fulfilled from it, and if the people want it and have a choice in it in the first place. But on principle, for years, these people have lost their voices. The people in the East, they're oppressed by the government insofar as they orchestrated genocides, and they have been losing autonomy, which they never opted into the Indonesia government in the first place, and they're actively shouting that they want to opt out. Necessarily, this means we need to supervise less within these areas, because that's what the people want in the first place. We need to crack down on the military personnel there. But thirdly, on scale, this scales with the amount of revenue they're able to get under their side. That is, either they want development or either they harm the people. On vulnerability, these are the poorest people in Indonesia with the smallest of voices. On irreversibility, this creates stress and destroys hope, a future feeling of helplessness, and tightens structural government control within these areas, insofar as exceptions begets exceptions. On the weighing here, Why are exploitation much more likely and lower trickle down much more likely here? One, because these industries, the downstream mineral processing industries, are dying industries. They have incentives to cut costs insofar as then they're also secondly sanctioned by the WTO, which means the policies they have are not regulated by policies from the WTO, which means most likely it's not watched by international watchdogs. It's not regulated. They have a looser regulation in the first place for workers, etc. But thirdly, they require lower technology workers, which are necessarily much more replaceable when you have expats coming in the country, when you get much more people coming in to overshadow the already small amount of population with the East Indonesian people. The delta here is one, EV requires like high workers, high technical workers, which means they're still low, but a lot still that can voice out their thoughts, those who are smarter and can make social movements, for example, within the cities. But secondly, they have heavy investor interest, therefore they're most likely to not want to cut costs insofar as they already have abundance in the first place. But on the third point, the highest likelihood why exploitation exists, because on the framing, most of these downstream exports you get are from downstreaming is like nickel. This is the biggest export downstreaming revenue they can get under their side, and most of these are in the east within Timor, for example. They cannot say otherwise because on cities and like already developed cities you get a small revenue. Why is this the case? One, because cities would likely protest against mining projects, etc., because of environmental movements and also being much more visible, right? But secondly, because cities have developed areas and buildings and corporations that are not conducive to mining in the first place. But thirdly, because Indo has its cities in smaller islands like Jawa or Capri, which has already sucked up their resources or does not have enough in the first place. Why is the exploitation more likely in the East? One, because of looser regulations and terrible political representation. These people do not have the voice when their DPR does not represent them, simply because their voice is overshadowed by others going there. Their population is not enough. But secondly, they are scared of voicing out their thoughts when literally there's high military control, there's soldiers everywhere. You will only increase that when you supervise and expand the downstream mineral processing programs under their side. But secondly, high government shadowing insofar as the media, which is controlled by the government, covers them and covers these people up when they talk about other things, when they try not to represent them in the first place. But thirdly, a lot of expats coming in into these areas overshadowing them in the first place. They're going to say, we'll bring more development here. No, because development comes along with migrants. Eventually, it overshadows these people when more international money comes into these areas. When the people are poor, this only creates inflation and only makes the lives harder when you take away the scarcity of resources these people have. But secondly, even if the harms are still there, it's not materialistic harms, it's principal harms. These people lose their own autonomy, which they've already wanted in the first place, which they've already shouted their lungs out in the first place. What does this mean for the rules, regulations, and exploitation? One, it means they cannot fight back and push for wages because of the no political representation. Secondly, they cannot form unions as checks and balances because they have no president, because they do not have enough people. But thirdly, they have outside media and protests hidden, which cannot help them in the first place. Not enough checks and balances. This means necessarily, one, they get lower wages from the companies in the first place, insofar as they do not feel any need to do it to them, and insofar as the companies are incentivized to cut costs for the people, they have no checks and balances otherwise. But secondly, they have terrible working conditions then. This is much more likelier when there's no media attention towards these places in the first place. I do not think they will able to do that and expand under their side when expansion only means more surveillance by the government, does not necessarily mean more surveillance by the media. It only means more military personnel there. But thirdly, when pollution exists, it is much worse within these eastern areas rather than in the already developed city areas because of the protests not existing there. Why is the EV development in city important then? One, within cities in the first place, why it doesn't exist like in Timor? One, because you need consumer market. People in Timor cannot afford EVs, and it is contingent on consumption by the public, right? But secondly, you have much more international interaction once you introduce foreign policies, which even if it goes to Timor, it frees up the people there by introducing much tighter regulations and much more president-for-like unions. Why is the trickle-down important here? One, you get international parties. This betters worker regulations and tightens it, like the WTO under our side. But secondly, it creates precedent, like the creation of worker unions or forums. And this is often online, which spreads to the people in the East, for example, right? But secondly, even if it's not in the East, you have a direct trickle down from urban areas insofar as there's the signaling effect. If Indonesia is viewed as morally good in the cities, it's going to try to protect that reputation within the East areas in the first place. But also, secondly, the East people often work and migrate to like Jawa and more of the city urban areas. This means when they send money back, when they have and get employed within these EV companies, they're necessarily also going to be able to get those benefits in the first place. But secondly, at least we benefit the locals in which the company exists in, at least we do not harm them, at least we do not take away their autonomy, and we do not lose the trickle down. But thirdly, you get more education in the first place, because it often means you get these companies who require high skilled workers to usually not only build in schools, but also direct scholarships. This can also be international, so not limited to the Indonesian institutions. But on location, you get much more competition, which means the bad working conditions we told you about are gone when companies have incentives to keep their reputation. But secondly, you just get much more monitoring by media and social movements within their areas. Proud to propose.
Okay, I thank Pitu for that speech. Second gentle reminder to be careful with the examples and wordings you use, considering that this is a live stream debate, so be wary of that. Okay, continuing the debate, I welcome up to here.
Okay, I'm assuming I'm audible. I will
Yes,
be
you're audible.
starting. Yes, I'll be starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panos, before I'm moving on to my arguments, there are a couple of things that will be rebutted and will be explained and clarified by what the second speaker has already talking about. They talk about how the population in Indonesia are quite small. However, we notice in the status quo that population in Indonesia is not small at all, because Indonesia is it's a very big country with a lot of the population existed, and I'm going to elaborate on that later. However, coming up to my second rebuttal is that when they're talking about how the pre-existing regulation exists, it actually won't work in our side, because in our side, on a new expanding natural resources, regulation towards the discussion of international and globally discussion will have a higher amount of higher amount of consequences that the Indonesian people will get. That's why this regulation will be much more stricted than what the regulation has already been implemented in Indonesia itself. And then coming up to my third one is that when they talk about how the sanction about in WTO, we noticed that the helirization in Indonesia that we will be doing right now actually create a new road of natural resources, would actually be elaborated on my arguments later. And then we noticed that the government actually gives hope for the people by jobs, and then economically and stabilizing the economy, and actually giving identity towards Indonesia itself, because our economy will be good by standing in our own identity. So at the very least, on our side of the house, if this actually give a successful implementation, we will have an identity talking about how logically Indonesia want to have a name in a global international way, by saying that Indonesia actually have their natural resources. And then this regulation won't actually overexploit the people, because in framing we talk about how the past regulation won't work, and we already understand the fact that it won't work. That's why we create a new regulations that won't actually overdo the regulation that already existed. And then we noticed that you guys talk a lot about exploiting. However, you guys noticed that exploiting can also happen in your side, because apparently there will be worker that being exploited in your side. And then at least, even if exploiting actually exists on our side, we have a high identity for being seen globally, but we actually have a preemptive of this exploitation. I'm going to move on to my first argument. Panels, notice this. We will win this debate if we can prove to you that higher certainty of focusing on natural resources as the goal of why Indonesia wanted to do this in the first place is better than a new innovation that create a higher impact, negative impact. Argument one is that we want you to notice that expanding the downstream mineral processing could lead to many opportunity in natural resources. Notice this: we won't actually just focusing on like the mineral until we exploit the mineral, and it actually could lead into a lot of natural resources. We notice that the goal in this motion, in our side of the house, is that we want Indonesia to adjust to what Indonesia actually need. We notice that as a developing country, we need economy stability, and we also need the increase of value of natural resources, and that we wanted this helirization to not linear into only one resources only. We create a lot of many other benefactors toward other resources too. And then expanding the helirization create other roads to other resources. For example, we can put this helirization into plants and gives a new job appliance for the people too. And then, for example, we noticed that the contribution of Indonesia that export its natural resources to, let's say, Asian is actually very high, and then it actually give higher name and higher identity of how Indonesia actually gives off a very good natural resources. And with us investing this into exporting the downstream mineral processing, it's much better than to actually export the electronic vehicle. And then moving on to my second argument is that Indonesia has more potential in natural resources than prioritizing EV. Why is there an assumption of Indonesia can't compete with other country? We noticed that first, there's no explanation as to why, because the other starting point actually being started by the other country could actually create A, Indo will be less seen, and then B, Indo will lose in the market, because apparently our country is a very nature oriented, which is higher in positive impact for exporting it globally. And then we notice that Indo can actually win in the market, because apparently when we put this regulation into an exporting globally, then we can eventually compete with other countries, because that's what we wanted in the first place. And then B, this actually creates other natural resources that this helirization actually could work in our side of the house, that could actually win inside the market. Moving on to my extension, we noticed that the nobility of their side of the house is actually very high, because we noticed that EV product is too risky to be exported from Indonesia itself. You guys already explained how the EV product is going to be like the part of the EV itself. However, it's a new innovation that leads to many risks if we actually point it out to be in Indonesia as a developing country. While if we use the natural resources itself globally, then it will create a lot much more benefactors toward us, because first we have the identity of Indonesia as the nature-oriented country, and then second, we will get the economic stability. And then as a developing country, Indonesia could get a good promotion of global investment using this nature-oriented natural resources rather than the EV itself. Economy instability and then economic stability and natural resources is our goal as to why Indonesia has been a developing country. We want to develop, right? And then we noticed that if we only focus on like the prioritizing the EV rather than actually prioritizing what we already have, then it will create a higher negative impact and a low certainty, because we noticed that if we have a lot of quite weakness for us to prioritize it, because it's not entirely what we're actually good at. Of course, we're actually expanding on it, but it creates a low certainty, because we don't know that it will actually expand and it will actually be successful later. And then it creates a higher negative impact, because if it doesn't work, then it will definitely create a domino effect toward what happened in the in a lower side of the house. And then we noticed that the downstream mineral processing actually creates the increased value of other natural resources that I already been explaining in my first argument, and then to export the mineral and this helirization and other natural resources, meaning we actually collabing with the outside of the international, right? We noticed that I'm going to present our goals in our side of the house, which is to adjust to what Indonesia actually needs. We noticed that Indonesia needs to economic stability as a developing country, and it's very and we agree on that on both sides, because on both sides we can create the economic stability. However, in our side, we increase a value of natural resources, actually our identity. We notice that the problem is exploitation, and it's actually happening in both sides, but our side has more a thing than their side. That's why our solution is to export polarization rather than electronic vehicle. That's why we're proud to post.
Okay, thank you all for that speech. Now to close the substantive speeches from team proposition, I welcome Peter if you're here.
All right. Checking that I'm clearly audible and visible.
Audible and visible.
All right, thanks. POI is on mute. I won't be looking at chat. Give me 1 second. I'll drink a bit first. Sorry. The biggest flaw of side opposition is not understanding that this is a prioritization motion. Meaning, under our side, maybe in 15, 20 years' time, we'll happily do downstreaming and we'll happily do the hilirisasi thing they tell you. However, what matters then most in this debate is urgency and which one caters to the specific situation that Indonesia is within right now. That means that every single contextual framing that you get from my previous two speakers already weighs out and wins the debate insofar it frames Indonesia's position and tells you how it best betters the country. Just one quick point of frame then. They tell you that, oh, we're gonna let the private sector do their own thing and that's good. Firstly, the logic works both ways insofar as a lot of downstreaming and nickel exporting and lithium exporting countries are private as well. But secondly, we say that the government has a responsibility to grow any sector that will bring long-term benefit for the nation and its people. But the last extraneous rebuttal before we go into clashes then on nature. Firstly, they're championing extractive-based industries, which, as I previous speakers already told you, pollute the waterways in Papua and destroy forests. So I don't really get what they're getting at. But secondly, in the East, it's probably with minimal observation and media coverage. The difference is then, I think when you have EVs coming in, they're much more likely to develop within more populous regions, for example, within Jawa and Sumatra, and therefore not only do you get more media coverage, but insofar that they're international corporations and they have an incentive to maintain their image within the international stage, we say that it's going to be better under that. One quick clash then on economic growth, then I'm going to weigh every single claim that we've given to you. Their claim is that the downstreaming is good for economic development. Firstly, on the idea of exploitation and corruption maxing, I think one, we already told you that government, we say, has more political incentives to corrupt insofar that they also have political incentives to fund their own campaign. They have incentives to, for example, bribe parties, etc., etc. Insofar that most of these international companies are governed by board of directors, are governed by international public investors in the stock market. They have, for example, these transparency and annual reports. They have all of these things which keep them in check and balance because they don't want to disappoint their investors, for instance. You don't have this mechanism under their side. But secondly, we say then it's much more likely for EV corporations to be better, not because just of the media, but because they also need to compete with other EV corporations. Because you want to expand to the same market, you're obviously going to choose the one which is less exploitative. But secondly, even if you get the economic development, regardless of the limitation of capital that we already told you to them, one, we tell you that you cannot compete with other nations that already have downstreaming. Nathan told you about the time issue. I'm going to tell you about the quality issue. Understand that nickel and lithium are high resource materials because they need to be purified to 99.999% to be able to be used. That's because they're used within medical equipment and batteries, which are very, very prone to exploding. Therefore, under their side, you need to expand your quality to a much higher level to get you better blast melters, etc. You cannot compete with the high technology that China already has. But secondly, even if you're able to compete, you're not at the top of the leaderboard. People will always prioritize China first before going on to you. Why is this important? Understand the demand is high within status quo only because it is very, very hyped. It's very, very popular. Therefore, the demand that you get as Indonesia isn't the core demand, but it's excess demand. This is important because eventually, when this market dies down and the hype dies down, for instance, in EVs in 10, 20 years, you're not going to be the first option on people's tables, and that's when your exports get slashed massively. That's why people look in status quo. People are already finding replacements for lead. People are already finding ways to make batteries without nickel. And I think this is going to expand much more greatly within the future insofar as green energy is getting much more investment and people are becoming more aware about how chemical poison that is lithium, for instance, and we say that this is going to get worse. This is not symmetric under our side because comparatively, we establish ourselves as a compliant and good nation to become a trading partner, to become a offshore country for manufacturing. This is important because it doesn't matter what the manufacturing is insofar as the infrastructure is already existent and it's very, very multifunctional, right? Therefore, insofar as we have the ease of access to business, the rule of law, whichever way the market moves, we're able to adapt to it better and we're able to still garner that demand. This is important because as a developing nation, you want certainty because your development is very, very contingent on how you do within the future. You cannot ever break into the market because global hegemons will already break into it earlier. Insofar as we're able to better adapt to whatever situation exists, we're much certain we're getting economic development. Thirdly, we flip. It is actually when you're able to export your resources only when you have international leeway. Therefore, insofar as we establish ourselves within WTO better, when you collaborate with China and the US, we say people are much more receptive towards you. But lastly, take them at their best. I'd like the way, right? you're able to export your resources, we say that we still way out. Why? Because you're much more likely to get GDP growth under our side faster because you have foreign sources of like foreign currency coming in all at once. It's much more diverse foreign currency, right? Because you're competing with many EV companies. Why is GDP growth the best thing within this debate? Because GDP is the global language of economics. Because every single international institution will judge you on GDP. Why is this important? Developing nations have accumulating debt and investors with little patience. Speed and GDP growth are both important because you need to constantly pay interest on that debt. That debt, understand, is constantly reevaluated every year or every quarter, right? Therefore, if you don't have GDP growth, the rating companies, international rating companies, are gonna grade you negatively. That's what they've been doing for the last like 2 years because we are not growing as fast as we were predicted to 5 years ago post-COVID. Why is this important? It means it's harder for you to get loans and fund your programs as government. Insofar that you're actively operating at a budget deficit, you need these things to actually fund your nation. But secondly, interest rates are just much more higher because one, you need to get on more debt, for instance, to cover these interests, for instance. But secondly, at worst, you need to implement austerity. You need to cut down on other government programs, for example, to fund those continuing social programs. We say this is going to get worse because Indonesians population growth is constantly growing and the middle class is still shrinking within status quo. You need to accommodate for this. You're much better to get loans under our side. On vulnerability, this is also important insofar as these people are the ones that the nations should cater to, the ones that the nations have failed at the lowest of the chain. But secondly, on competitive harm, understand that the market right now is at peak demand. Therefore, if you don't absorb it and the market sunsets, you lose out on this opportunity and you have no idea, right, whenever Indonesia is going to be at a better opportunity than now, how we're going to have the comparative advantage, keunggulan that we have, keunggulan comparative that we have right now with the massive working class population, which is taking up 40% of our nation, with the massive international awareness that you have with Indonesia right now. Therefore, you never know when Indonesia will be primed for the next market boom. But thirdly, if you don't do it, other countries will take the gap, and it's bad because it makes Indonesia look weak because they're going to expand to Malaysia or Vietnam or Laos instead. Why is this important? Firstly, how our country is perceived locally on political stability. Look at the backlash that we got when we lost out on the Apple factory to Vietnam. People were rioting in front of DPR and in front of Istana Merdeka, and that's important insofar that it makes government look bad. This is important because one, getting good government political capital and getting people on your side is pretty important for you to actually implement your policies and actually get leeway to pass policies through parliament, for example. But secondly, it's also a priority to getting people to opt in to government programs, to actually, when you give money, you actually spend it, or when you create BPJS or whatever, or schooling or free meal programs, people actually support it and opt into it and actually spend the money that you're giving to them. But lastly, we say that getting FDI is a priority to their benefits because it is only under our side that you're able to gain this capital earlier. When you have all of these things flowing in, one, you simply have more money because these people, these companies, pour money to your system and you get people employed, you get much more money circulating in the economy. But secondly, you have much more infrastructure development insofar as these companies have incentives, for example, to develop roads and other things which are also a priority to local economic development, how SMEs are able to get transportation systems, etc. But also for SMEs to be able to export internationally, right? When you have lower tariffs, for instance, have better leeway, that's when local Indonesian companies are able to get better deals internationally. And that was the thing where we told you from first. But lastly, you gain all of this knowledge transfer, you gain all of this massive benefit, and you learn the ways of how these foreign companies do things. Therefore, you also better the knowledge base of Indonesian companies and allow for things like innovation, allow for things like growth, for example, and creating new technology, etc. That's why you have, for example, unicorns like Gojek, which are only existent when you have these web companies flowing into Indonesia earlier. Judge, under both sides, we want economic development and we want Indonesia to prosper. The thing that we get is prioritization. We are the only side that caters to Indonesia's situation now. If you don't succeed now, you won't succeed in the future. For all those reasons, stand with Gov.
Okay, thank you, P3, for the speech. Now to continue the case of opposition, I welcome Op3. You're here.
I'm audible like this.
Yep, audible.
Okay. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Judges, remember that the main crucial aspect of this debate is Indonesia, right? Means the main characterizations and adjustments should be according to the Indonesia condition and main needs, which means economic stability, utilizing the source that is greatest in Indonesia. We have to increase the benefit of natural resources, minerals, for example, that give Indonesia as the solution in this case. Our path to winning here is proof to you why the impacts towards the expanding downstream mineral processing are significant compared to the case propositions have said. Moving into my clashes here, I think there are three clashes in this debate. For the first is which stifles the principle of the debate system the most. The second is the practical on how it will actually benefit society and increase more improvements for Indonesia. For the third is how the regulations and manifestations of likelihood exist under soft house. For the first is regarding principle. We already told the three things here. First, this is layering. The weakness that exists in Indonesia is heavy in the improvements, and this could have high possibility of high certainty that happen in their soft house. Why this is possible? First, we have told you that the opportunity of increasing value of natural resources and economic stability is higher in our side because the utilizing of the source of, for example, natural resources will have superior market on our side. Meanwhile, in their side, they will always engage or glorify the EF program that actually not really effective in our side of the house or in Indonesia. The economic stability is higher in our side because the funding of many companies that needs improvements will more reachable in the developing country, like for Indonesia, such as local business, for example. So we will not only like provide change for exclusive community, but also for the marginalized one that actually really have to improve their economic needs and fundamental needs in Indonesia. For the second is the novelty is higher in their side because we know since past the greatest of Indonesia is according to the natural resources that proven already give contributions not only for their own country but also for other countries, such an Asian contribution, such as my second speaker already enhanced. It actually increased the economics of Indonesia, right? It's already proven, and it's not only based on assumption. Meanwhile, even if Indonesia used the problem, we should have the reachable system or the reachable technology that actually will contribute, that actually support the EV program will actually like have beneficial thing for Indonesia. Meanwhile, in Indonesia, the basic need that we have is the economy improvement, and we have to gain more funding to actually make the EV program is more sustainable, is more effective, and really have applications that beneficial on other side. All side of the Indonesia, and this is the solution that they never engage in our side, right? And layering the natural resources that engage is not really limited in minerals only, but also regarding the all natural resources in Indonesia. The investments of our side is more reachable because the system that not only for the rich community but also for the people who really need economic needs. Their side will create crucial problem actually that will not really be solved, such as corruptions that do by the private company. So if they bring up our worst case that actually will have exploitation, for example, but panels must be critical that crucial problems also can be affected their side because we know that this is an expensive or exclusive program that actually have more high fundings. So I think the crucial problem is not only exclusive in our side only, but also affected their side. Meanwhile, in our side, we provide analysis on how fundamental this program that actually not only give incentive and increase in infrastructure, but also the improvements of the job in middle class, and actually give supports for government to actually make the policy supports. So we'll create check and balance where the collaborations and roles between government will actually equal, and we will also have supervision to actually supervise this program and make it reachable for all the regulations and with constructs with high consequences. So the corruptions and the exploitations also can be solved in our side. Also, secondly, we will promote globally for each country to utilizing our identity as the country that have a lot of greatness about natural resources that create more international relations that eventually will be very exclusive in our side. Meanwhile, in their side, the novelty is actually won't work anyway that makes our case is more effective in our side of the house. This is what actually Indonesia needs, right? The second is the practical on how this is benefit society. As we know that the opportunity but why this program will more give positive effects by maximize resources rather than the EV program, right? That program that they've been glorified by their side will unexclusive. Why does this happen? I will elaborate it. My second speaker already engaged that contracts regulations policy eventually will give preemptive to solve that, right? So even if our side has changed on exploitation, but
their side precisely will have also high possibility of exploitation and corruption, knowing this is an expensive and keep improve program to improve. The third is how regulation and manifestations is more exist on our side. The first, the exploitation that happened in East, for example, we solve this by exactly Indonesia have seen as valuable because the natural resources exactly that we are not only valuable in diverse because of certain sources, but also for diverse source. But so it exactly will increase the exposure and also the value of Indonesia that will increase the identity of Indonesia itself. About currency that they engage in our side of the house, I think my first speaker already rebut that. So even if the currency, everything like the dollar will increase in Indonesia, but I think even because of that problem exactly, Indonesia have to have to like plus the economic stability. So even if there is a dollar problem, Indonesia still have like the solve of stability economic in our side. If we prioritize the system of hilirization, we increase the profit and funding that eventually can make funding for EV. So I think this is the prioritized like match the urgency the most, right? So the solution is on their side. They forget that their case also have harm because they have said that they program like more have low harm than our side. But I will clarify that also crucial problem in Indonesia will eventually can still affect that case because EF country as we know is one of the exclusive program that will not have like a really attention rather than the natural resources that always have the greatness in Indonesia. Know that there's no exclusivity improvements on of EV in Indonesia and prove that it will fall in their agreement. Indonesia will not compete China because the program they have is like more improve for example. But exactly because of that, we should focusing on our side identity that we strengthen on. For example, on our best case scenario, our best result, I think it's obviously explained that we increase abundance of improvements on many sides. Meanwhile, in their side, they keep glorifying their program that actually didn't match the urgency and what Indonesia exactly needs. Right, that happened under their side. They keep saying that this is a realistic program, but panels, as the status quo already explained, the delta is clear because that Indonesia need is like a realistic program based on according on our natural resources. So I think that's why we're very, very proud to oppose this motion.
Okay, I thank Optri for that speech. Now on to the replies. I welcome Optri. Here.
Yeah. I'll be starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels, notice which is more realistic. The side that wants to compete with tech giants in the world and expect to have revenue and stability, or the side that wants to improve their nature assessment to increase its value and strengthen the nature. We notice that their biggest flaw in their house is that first, they say that by prioritizing the EV, they will not focus on hilirization until 10 years. And that actually tells how they don't know the urgency because when they actually focus on hilirization, that after focus on EV, after 10 years, the nature resources is already gone because we're not focusing on that. And then they forgot how EV is actually a private sector that can actually be successful without the government funding. But natural resources is actually better to be focusing in the government funding because when we notice that it's better to focus on nature to give low risk, why is it that we need to prioritize EV in the first place? And thirdly, we notice that EVs, they actually realize that EV is China oriented. And then that explained that in the end, we'll just be the worker or the labor, or what we already explained is that we are exploited by our worker. And then we noticed that trading partner with the other country is actually delirious, because Indonesia can't be a partner because with a developed country that already innovate this, because we're just going to be their worker. And then our strongest point is that we focus on our country first. We focus on our nature sources. We fix the policies and regulations regarding the natural sources, because we want to focus more on our realization rather than EV product that already exists on the other developed country. And then as a developing country, we focus to develop with our own resources rather than being dependent to other country. Notice the big difference in the proposition is that to prioritize EV because they know that this is really good in market and profit oriented, but it is bad in the output, because glorifying the EV that actually didn't match the urgency. And then we need a quick reality check, because EV is actually fluctuative. And then Indo is used to be labor, that already been explained. If you want to advance in EV in 10 years, it's not going to work, because in the end, the natural resources is going to just be demolished, because you only prioritize the EV in the first place. And then the big thing in helirization is that we notice it is good in market and it gives good output for Indonesian name. And then it were also good for globe as a standing alone country. And then we noticed that we're not actually trying to clash benefits. We're not trying to clash harms, because what we're trying to do in this house is that we're trying to see which part is actually better for Indonesia to be focused, for Indonesia to prioritize in these sectors. And that we believe that to prioritize helirization is actually better, because in the end, they keep on claiming that Indonesia's natural resources cannot compete with the global market. That's also symmetrical to their side, right? Because even if Indonesia EV export is expanding, it will realistically never compete with China, for example. That is why we're pro to oppose.
Okay, thank you, Piper, for that speech. Now to close the debate as a whole, I welcome Prof. Reply. Here.
Hi, am I audible?
Yep, audible.
Enggak. Yang tadi. Okay. Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. For Indonesia to break out of the middle country trap, you need capital injection. You need economic liberalism. It's only on our side when WTO values you better, when you do these certain things, and you put a halt, for example, to the downstreaming process, can you actually gain this. It is only exclusive on our side of the house. That is why we win this debate. First thing I want to talk about quickly on identity. Firstly, I think one unanswered question throughout this whole debate is that how does downstreaming actually lead to identity? If opposition values identity so much, I'll encourage them to invest into cultural heritage such as wayang, such as these things who are more inherent to each diverse culture of Indonesia, right? But secondly, identity of a nation is not formed by what you do with your natural resources. It is formed by the quality of life of your people. The prerequisite for you to improving the quality of life of your people is money. Therefore, when they concede that economic growth is achieved on the our side house, this is when we can actually improve the quality of the life of our people better, and how that ultimately leads to better unification and stronger identity for the people. Therefore, this is not a speculative benefit, it is already guaranteed. But thirdly, the identity can only be achieved under our side house exactly because of my second extension, right? About the exploitation. Because this exploitation leads to the fragmentation of the people within our nation, right? This is why things like OPM exist, right? Therefore, it is only under our side of the house then when you at the very least lessens the exploitation, can you actually encourage more unity within our country. But going then on exploitation on my second extension, why that is this principally debate winning? Firstly, it is one big contention and delta, right? Where we already told you that these kind of like location of the development of the downstreaming are probably in the east, right? And this is actually worse on their side of the house because downstreaming is mostly extraction, right? Therefore, the likelihood for these factories, downstreaming factories, to only be in the east is higher, right? Comparatively, EV is more incentivized to build their factories within more advanced regions, for example, like Java, for example, exactly because they need to actually make their vehicles, for example, these can only be done in Javas where the human resources are actually competent enough, right? Note that even if it is not certain that even if EVs factory also exists in the east, but it is a certainty under their side of the house because one, EVs can exist anywhere under our side of the house, but secondly, mines and downstreaming companies only can exist in the east. Insofar, this is where the resources, natural resources are, right? But especially once you expand, it is likelier the crackdown exists. But secondly, this is a very urgent issue insofar as right now Indonesia is oppressive, right? And regulation is non-existent. Therefore, even if it might be good in the future, that is not within the scope of the debate. Insofar this prioritization motion, you need to act within the impact of the status quo, right? But thirdly, most likely the response of supervision or regulation from them is not enough because this house believe that shield motion, not that this house would motion. Therefore, you cannot directly mechanize, and you need to actually analyze what is likely to happen, right? Therefore, we already proved then how the harmful manifestation is likely under their side of house because the president's like government control, for example, and the structure analysis on like how the regulation within status quo is bad, for example, right? But quickly then weighing on economic, why is it debate winning? Simply because it is the urgency for the Indonesian government, right? Gracia already told you about how GDP growth is the prerequisite of international economic context, how you can actually get better images when you have GDP growth internationally, and you can actually manifest benefits for your own people when you have GDP growth. But secondly, it is simply a priority to everything. I already told you this, it is the priority to every kind of policies government made. But secondly, you need to do it now because you as a developing country have to ride the momentum waves created by the developed nation. But secondly, because Southeast Asia countries are still not transitioning into the EV market, therefore you need to do it now. Insofar you cannot risk getting out competed by these other Southeast nations when in the near future they will inevitably opt into these kind of things. Insofar we prove to you the urgency of why prioritization, you need to do it now. We win this debate. Proud to propose.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Reply, for that speech, and that marks the end of the debate. This will be an open round, so give me 5 to 10 minutes to submit the ballot and make the OA. So in the meantime, stay in the breakout room and just chill. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
Kak.
Thank you, Bogor.
Thank you. Thank you, Depok.
Breaking announcement. Yeah, know that throughout the 5 preliminary round, we, as the CAP, me and Stanley would like to say thank you for everybody, for you guys, the students, the debaters, also to Bapak Ibu Pembina for being with us, for staying with us for so long, and for the 5 prelims until now, and for giving us the best performance I believe Jawa Barat has ever given. Yay! You guys deserve an applause, and any result, regardless of the result, you guys did give your best. Know that this is an amazing debate journey for every of the adjudicators. We all agree on that. So yeah, without any further ado, breaking announcement. Next slide, please. The first breaking, with 5 victory points, a clean sweep, and the average speaker score of 148.10 goes to Bogor, Samonata Kandiawan, Cristiano Emmanuel Imwali, and Gracia Bintang Wijaya. Congratulations. Continuing. Second breaking, with victory point of 4 and average speaking score of 243.10 goes to Depok, with the names Graciela Chelsea Leticia Langi, Sherin Putri Mulia, Uli Gordiana Batubara. I'm so sorry if I mispronounced any of the names, yeah? Moving on, giving it to Stanley.
All right, thank you, Regina. For third ranking, with 53.4, and that's with a score 241.5. We congratulate to Cirebon, Aisyah Atifa Yubono, Chelsea Frederica Cahyadi, and Salma Khairunisa. Congratulations. And the last team to break into the semi-final for breaking with 15.4 and best with a score 237.5. Congratulations to Kabupaten Sukabumi. Muhammad Awali Faiz, Anaila Sarla Amantia, and Muhammad Hilmi Salah. Congratulations. So those are four teams who will proceed to the elimination round, which semi-final round. We congratulate to those four teams and we wish you good luck for the elimination round. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you, everybody. After this, we'll have a short break. Regardless of any result, remember there's still going to be announcement for the for the top 10 best speakers. So please do stay to watch the semi-final round and grand final round. If you want to take some break, it's completely fine. But please do come back for the final announcement later on, because any of you could be in that position. After that, Bu Sunengsi, do you have any announcement? No? All right. If that's the case, please enjoy some short break time, and then we'll be back at
11 and 10.
11 past 10. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. The draw release for semi-final round will release shortly. Please be stand by in this main room so you can see the draw release. All right, so semi-final draw is released. You can see the position and you can rename accordingly to the position and also the room and see the judges who will judge you. Is the motion, we will launch the motion at 11 past 10. So while waiting, please enjoy the song that we share. Prioritizing diplomatic engagement to prevent further escalation and reduce global oil market instability. The motion, I will give a 10 seconds to wrap this info slide.
Buddy.
All right. So the motion for semi-final round is this House believes that the United States operation on Iran brings more harm than good. We can start now, and the debate will be started at 11:43. Good luck for everyone. You may go to the backup room.
All right, hi everyone. I'll be back. His meeting time is up. Yeah, just a quick roll call to the judges. Tiawan and Maureen.
Papa, is it okay if we go to the toilet first?
Yeah, you can do it now. Also with the other team, golf team, if you want to go to toilet, please do it now.
Oh, we're going to wait before it starts, right? Yes, a bit guys. Yep. In the meantime, can Golf team send their speaking order through chat, please? Also for observers, please rename yourself based on the format. So please mention your name as well as the institution that you're representing, or the region that you're representing. Yeah, we are seeing only like observer name here. Please rename yourself. We'll wait until like the op team is back, but otherwise, yeah, unfortunately, you won't be able to observe in this room. I'm still waiting for the speaking order from Goff. Hi, due to the policy, we'll only wait until 11:48. For team pendamping from team Kota Depok, can you please ask the team to yeah, just proceed and come back before 11:48. Because of we don't want to delay the debate in the rundown. Pendamping from team. Okay. So for up, can you please ask your okay? Everyone should be here. Yeah. We'll guys going to start. So hi everyone. Welcome to the semifinal rounds of NSDC 2026 for Provinsi Jawa Barat. Congratulations for making it to semifinals. My name is Jose. I'll be your chair this round. Judging with me are two amazing panels. Please introduce yourself. Hi, Noren here. Best of luck, everyone.
Hello everyone, good luck.
All right. So on golf we have Team Kota Cirebon. On op we have Kota Depok. We'll be debating under the motion. This house believes that the United States operation on Iran brings more harm than good.
yeah, several housekeeping rules. First, for timers, please also have a timer on your own, but I'll just try to show this in the Zoom as well. Secondly, please mention a PR preference before you start the debate. Please make sure that you are engaging with each other within the debate. Thirdly, is that this is going to be live streamed, so please stay accountable. It's going to be an intense round, but just still respect your opponents and make sure that your contents does not triggers or stay within the code of ethics. Lastly, as mentioned for observers, since we have a lot of observers here, please make sure that you stay unmuted and you don't disturb on the run of the debate. Yeah, that said, I think we can just immediately start the debate. To open the case from Gov, please welcome PM. Here.
Just give me some time to organize my paper. Okay, so my speech will start in 3, 2, 1. When the big boy is insecure, everybody in the world suffer. Judge, the US operation, this is what the US operation on Iran actually looks like. In status quo, US are doing an operation that is called as the knockout blow over Iran, which refers to the military tactic of launching a preemptive strike at location where Iran is supposedly developing military weapons. This is contradictory when they try to picture that US is actually prioritizing diplomatic engagement, but in status quo, they are not doing so by actually doing this knockout blow. US also, in fact, Judge, did not truly prioritize diplomatic in addressing conflict it currently faces. In status quo right now, it has proven that US has constantly utilized its privilege on veto power, aka power abuse, or doing so. Compared to France and UK, for example, who has not used its veto power since 1989, and truly prefers diplomatic and consensus way when compared to the US government itself. Our burden is pretty simple, Judge, and I think it's pretty self-explanatory too. I think if we can actually prove to you that the harm that the US operation on Iran are actually doing toward the global stability and toward our society, then we can easily win today's debate. We think that, Josh, the US operation will bring more harm because, one, the knockout blow that they do to Iran are majorly based on assumption. We need to understand that the whole reason why they are doing the knockout blow is because the assumption that they actually become a danger, that Iran is actually going to become a danger when they have this nuclear program, right? These are only based on assumption, Judge, and it's very irresponsible that they are doing like a strike toward this, or like this knockout blow, for example, only because of its nation insecurity and also only because of its nation fear of losing its power. We think this basically comes from, one, they don't want actually anyone to become more powerful than their country. Simply, they think that the development of the nuclear in Iran would actually reduce their authority or power to actually control the nation itself. Simply, it's their fear, Judge, that it would actually backfire to them and they lose power over the globally nation itself. We need to understand, though, Judge, that the development of nuclear is very important because for some countries, Judge, diplomatic engagement are not as efficient, especially when they don't have that much power or actually then when they don't have that much authority to be at the first place gain trust from the global eyes, right? This is where nuclear development or military development actually takes place because, one, it can actually work as a deterrence in a world that are now pretty occupied, right, by the geopolitical tension. It is very important then for Iran to actually have a strong deterrence. The nuclear program in Iran can actually be a tool to actually deter war, which can save the global stability at last. So when Iran actually have this nuclear program and nuclear development, it is not only going to advantage to Iran itself, it can actually advantage the global stability at last because it can actually deter the war. Two, it can actually reduce the risk of power abuse too. When a country has a strong deterrence, like a nuclear, for example, it can actually reduce their risk of getting power abuse by other countries. In this case, countries like US, for example. The US operation make all of the points that I have told you to be really hard to achieve then, Judge. We need to understand that the knockout blow is again majorly harmful in the global stability itself. It is a form of power abuse that's strangely, Judge, rooted from insecurity. Judge, here's what we think this knockout blow can actually do towards the global stability. One, when a country right to actually develop its military strength, when a country right to actually develop its military strength fading away, then equality is then questioned by the others. It can bring a moral conflict to our table. Why is it when a country tries to develop their military strength, they get straight on attack? Why is it that US have actually the authority then to do the knockout blow in Iran, when it's simply a fundamental right to our countries to actually develop their military strength? Two, we can see in status quo that this already causes us major conflict. Here, developing countries are the most vulnerable actors and are the most impacted actors. In the knockout blow, for example, US have actually blocked the Strait of Hormuz to basically make Iran's strength lower, right? Because because Iran have the authorities toward the Strait of Hormuz, and they think that when they block Strait of Hormuz, then it can actually lower the Iran strength. Then we need to understand the Strait of Hormuz is actually one of the major supply for oil and gas, right? And this is why, Judge, right now, gas prices are in spike, oil prices are in spike. In Indonesia, for example, its prices have inflated very bigly. In several countries, even, pandemic have got started. Civilians have to start to work from home, for example. This is the major causes, and this proves to you that this US operation on Iran is not actually just disadvantaging Iran, but also disadvantaging globally, especially toward the vulnerable actors like developing countries. This is crazy, Judge, when we see that all of the harm that I have mentioned to you are mainly causes from insecurity and also assumptive allegation. We need to understand, Judge, that the harm are not only in Iran, but also towards all the global actors that we have under right now, especially this vulnerable one. And we don't think that this is worth it, Judge. I think then opposition burden is basically simple. If they can prove that, they need to explain to us why then their benefits weigh more than the obvious pain this operation actually overs toward our whole global stability, our all stakeholders in our cases itself. Why should, Judge, all of us actually need to suffer because of this? Why should, Judge, their benefits is actually worth it for us to actually lose this global stability, for us to actually lose the deterrences, to actually reach our global stability itself? They need to actually over us some of reasoning and some of justification. Why is it, Judge, that the developing countries' pain and suffering is actually worth it then? We believe, Judge, that the US operation on Iran is not actually going to achieve anything that is beneficial toward the global stability itself. It is just going to give us much more conflict, Judge. It is just going to get us much more actors that are actually going to suffer in their side of the house itself. This is why, Judge, we feel that the US operation on Iran, yes.
Specify more conflict, please.
Like we know right now, the conflict that we have is about like the Strait of Hormuz, where people cannot actually get the oil and gas because the Strait of Hormuz is like blocked because of the US, right? This is basically an operation that is actually not only going to actually disrupt the Iran strength also, but the global stability strength at the very least. So when we are saying we can actually expect in the future that there are actually going to be much more problems from the US of trying to actually occupy this Iran, then it's actually going to attract much more problems toward the people. It's actually going to attract much more conflict. The conflict that we have right now is actually big enough. It's actually painful enough for us. The suffering is painful enough because of this US operation on Iran. And we cannot just actually, it's not actually worth it, and we cannot actually afford to actually have much more conflict in the long term or in the future itself, Judge. So this is why we believe that the US operation on Iran is basically selfish and insecure, and it is not actually going to bring any benefits toward the society and the global stability. It is a huge pain for us in the global state itself, and that is why we are very proud to propose.
All right, thank you for that speech. To open the case from up, let's welcome O1 here.
I'm assuming that I am audible.
Yes, audible.
Okay then. Before that, if there are any POI, just unmute yourself and say point. If I say that, I'll be starting my speech in 3, 2. Panels, notice that the first government speaker has spent a few minutes of their speech to explain that there are so many conflicts because of this kind of US operation. We're just gonna tell you why on our side of the house, and we're gonna be directly answering the burden given by the first speaker of government. How is the benefits on our side is gonna overweigh all of the conflicts that have never been actually clearly characterized on their side of the house, is going to overweigh all of their harms that they're listing and all of their circularizing reasoning. That's why we are so proud to oppose this motion today. I'm gonna be rebutting a few points from the government's first speech. Firstly, they started this speech by saying that if the big boy is secure, everyone is going to suffer. And then I'm assuming that the thing that the people are suffering is because of the Strait of Hormuz is closed, but they have not really characterized, they have not really incentivized what is actually the conflict and what is the kind of urgency, what is the kind of likelihood of us people actually experiencing harms from that kind of stuff. Even if panels you buy that, we're gonna be explaining on why our benefits will overweigh that kind of harms. Secondly, they say that this kind of operation is built on assumptions that Iran is going to be dangerous because they are, developing a nuclear weapon. Let's be real here. If you see someone running around with a knife, do you think that people is dangerous or not? I'm assuming yes, probably if you want to respect their autonomy, okay, they're not dangerous, but you will still hide, right? If you see someone going at you with a gun on their hand, will you still hide? Will you, I don't know, like hold their hands or something? I don't think that's a clear mechanism on their side of the house. Because hey, even if you buy that, a smoke won't just appear without any fire. And we're gonna explain to you what that kind of fire that actually builds that kind of assumption. First of all, history. You have to know that in every cases, countries that has developed nuclear weapons has actually escalated to actually bombing people, and that is a known fact for everyone. We're gonna be integrating that with my arguments later. Secondly, the likelihood. Now, how do you guarantee that Iran is not actually going to use that nuclear weapon to actually hurt people? I'll get the kind of assumption from their side of the house by saying that, oh no, because Iran actually have soft power, but if you have soft power but you have a nuclear weapon, that essentially just changes that kind of role of country in the very first place. And fourth, they claim about how this kind of, I don't know, nuclear developing can actually improve the global stability, but they have not actually characterized and actually, explained the likelihood on how it can empower global stability. They also mentioned about something like militaries and stuff, but that is the burden from proposition second speaker to actually explain what kind of military, what kind of stability. With that being said, I would like to move on my setup then. Let's firstly define what is U.S. operation. We know that the U.S. operation is a mission established from U.S. to prevent the advancement of a nuclear weapon with the form of diplomatic engagement. The U.S. did not come to Iran using bombs. The U.S. did not come to Iran firstly like bomb, and then you just, I don't know. I don't think that's like a very clear mechanism on their case. And then secondly, let's talk about Iran's condition then. Iran's condition is a country trying to advance the growth of nuclear energy. We're gonna buy what the proposition says that Iran is actually not a country with the, I don't know, biggest power standing in the United Nations or the globally. We're gonna take that, but we're also gonna explain that on our argument on why our side of the house still will give you better benefits for this then. Clarification, we are not demonizing each side. We're not telling that the US is evil or that Iran is actually evil for developing nuclear. No, we're just telling you which side of the house is actually going to give you more benefits in status quo right now. Secondly, we are not rejecting the fact that Iran and lots of countries are experiencing lots of casualties. And yes, lots of countries are experiencing instability as what they claim. But hey, two responses to that. One, a country instability of a certain situation is not all the situation's fault. It is mainly and more likely because of the accumulations of the state of that kind of country. It cannot, react to some kind of urgent situations. For example, let's look at Japan. Do you think that Japan is actually affected by that kind of situation that, Iran and US is actually happening right now? The biggest impact from the Strait of Hormuz is being closed is the increasing prices of gas, of oil, right? But as you can see, there are still lots of countries that are not experiencing that kind of harms. So that's just an exclusive, and you have to furthermore explain on why on your side of the house that is very urgent. Moving on then, our burden here is simple. Prove to you how our side will give you the fact that the harms that the proposition is trying to give is not justified in the face of a high likelihood destruction. Our side of the house looks like this. Firstly, US operation comes and helps whether you like it or not. Even if government says this directly engage with their opening that US is only doing this because they have ego, they don't want their power to actually decrease. But okay, US has veto power and the United Nations, both sides agree to that, meaning it's a powerful country, right? Meaning it has inherent obligation to step in when dangers arise. And the assumption is, yes, nuclear weapon is actually a danger arising. B, even if yes, maybe US is actually having their ego, hurt, but they actually give better benefits. Moving on to my first argument then. We believe that the risk of war because of nuclear weapon is far more urgent than the list of harms the proposition is trying to give. Why did we jump to war? Firstly, nuclear weapon. We have seen real life examples. For example, Hiroshima bombing. It is the most dangerous weapon you can use to kill or maybe destroy a whole ass country. The impact to this world is too tires. Firstly, a nuclear weapon is not just destructive, but also provide a much longer harm in the long term. For example, radiations, rubbles in that kind of countries, or if there's lots of examples like Agent Orange, where the radiation actually implied to the people in the state of country, and till now they are still experiencing harms from that. That is how urgency that is. B, that destructive could won't just have a long term risk, but it also have an immediate destruction, because we already know what a bomb can do, right? We already know what a nuclear weapon can actually do, right? Because it won't just destroy a whole. It's not a weapon that's just going to destroy a city. It's a weapon that can destroy a whole country. That's the kind of urgency our side is trying to propose. And C, losing lives. Even after the immediate destruction, even if you survive, you will still experience radiation, and secondly, you will still experience rubbles on that kind of country, and that is the most, the state of a country where they are going to be more likely cannot rebuild that kind of country, because everything is destroyed. So the impact on their side of the house still can be solved. And if they want to claim about economy, if they want to claim about people that are experiencing low prices, we're gonna say to you, is it better to pay higher gases, or is it better to experience a World War III? Why is destruction likely to happen on their side of the house? Firstly, history. If you have the power, you have the kind of authority that you receive from having a real bomb in your country that will incentivize you to have that kind of narrative. B, urge you to have that weapon as means to use it as a defense and offense. Two, Iran is actually not on tension just on US, right, but also with other regional countries. That means that the tension is a ticking bomb for them to actually defend themselves, and the likelihood is high because when you have oppressive or force, you will inherently defend yourself, right? And three, states will always be concerned about maintaining or increasing their relative powers compared to others. Simple mechanism, you study, you get B, you study again, you get A, and you would want to maintain that kind of power, right? Fourthly, the likelihood is high again on their side of the house because Iran, for example, already got a defensive by diplomat telling them to actually stop using that development of nuclear weapon, and doing that by actually closing the Strait of Hormuz. How do you guarantee that Iran, when there's another diplomatic telling him to stop, or there's another diplomatic trying to engage a benevolent discussion, they're not going to use that kind of nuclear weapon to actually bomb that diplomats, right? That is the radical jump that we're going with the high likelihood, and we are so proud to oppose this motion. Thank you.
Thank you for that speech. To continue the case from Gulf, please welcome B2. Here.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Wait, let me take a minute to. Let me start my speech in 3, 2, 1. I think the biggest flaw of this debate is that opposition team has always taken this case into like the worst situation, like the worst impact and so on and so on. When actually we need to see it from a more holistic approach. Like I'm gonna prove to you on my extension later on how can this actually be more harmful, not only to Iran but also to the other countries, because that's like what they were asking for, right? Firstly, I'm gonna give a few rebuttals regarding what their first speaker has mentioned before. Firstly, they said like, oh, if I'm bringing a knife, if I'm bringing a gun, then people will not like, people will definitely look at me like, oh, I'm dangerous and stuff like that. But like, here's the thing, like in this case, in this US and Iran case, it's not as simple as that. There's a real incentive and a real reason, like the main reason why at the first place Iran is trying to develop this nuclear weapon is it's as a self-defense mechanism. Like, then secondly, like, how can we guarantee nuclear weapons are not going to be used arbitrarily to hurt like people in Iran? Guys, first response to this, it's very simple. Like, it's not that easy to use nuclear weapons anywhere. Like, there is a law, international law that's like focused on like the use of this nuclear weapon itself. Like, it can only be used on like certain circumstances, and it cannot be that used that easily. And of course, like Iran, no, thank you. Iran wouldn't like to hurt their people and so on. And then thirdly, then US doesn't come to bomb, will not come to bomb, and I'm gonna prove you like later on the likelihood of that. And like fourth, they mentioned about like Japan is not impacted and stuff like that. Not every single country is impacted. Well, okay, so you then want to justify like the other countries who feel it. Just because we don't see it like necessarily on social media doesn't mean that they are not feeling it. For example, like Indonesia, at first maybe like the price of gas was like pretty much stable. Maybe we didn't experience it directly because like government is trying hard to cover it up. Government is trying hard to close it, to subsidize these, like more fundings are going over there. So like you cannot simply say that like, oh, countries are not going to be affected, like other countries are not going to be affected, because in the current status quo, that's not like what's happening now. And then like fifth, they also mentioned about, is it better to start like World War III? Well, nuclear weapon doesn't necessarily mean, like the development of it doesn't necessarily mean that Iran wants to start a war. It's like a defense mechanism, because like they're going against US, who is like in the current status quo feels threatened about this development. And then like sixth, Hiroshima bombing happens in the first place because of the history that happened before the World War II, which is like Japan commit knockout blow on US, specifically in the Pearl Harbor itself. You have to know that. And then seventh, we need to understand that like when a country like US that have veto powers take a strike, vulnerable countries that depends on them are also impacted, like US and China trade wars and the Strait of Hormuz itself. Moving on to my extension then. Here's the thing, when we're talking about like US versus Iran, with the current status quo saying that US prioritizes this diplomatic engagement to prevent further escalation of this like nuclear weapon itself, knowing the fact that US is such a dominating country, as what my first speaker has mentioned before, means that like from the very beginning, from the very first place, other countries are afraid of US. They know that US holds such big power to just like suddenly start a war, and that's like the first main reason why other countries like Iran, for example, start developing nuclear weapon. It's basically to protect themselves, not to start a World War II or whatsoever, not to start like bombing first, but as a self mechanism, so that US will not like arbitrarily harm them. And like first layer of my extension, doing this knockout blow will only benefit the strong country like US. This will lead to like power abuse, or even leads to like weaponized war, simply because US does intervention to Iran's government at the first place. US feels like threatened with this assumption of the nuclear development, where in fact they don't even have the right to. Well, maybe at first they would say like, oh, we're trying for a diplomatic engagement, so it's like safe to everyone, it's safe to every country, it's also safe to Iran, because like we are talking nicely and so on. But what's the likelihood of that being true? To analysis then, firstly, will Iran easily accept it? Like knowing that only nuclear weapons that is able to threaten US, it is the only way to protect themselves. Like the likelihood of Iran suddenly stopping the nuclear weapon development is so low, knowing that this is something like essential to have, so that US can like arbitrarily do harm to Iran. Also, by saying like yes, or like following what US want, following the US operation on Iran itself, it hurts the Iran sovereignty, because they are controlled by like another country to stop a policy, which in fact as a country, of course, you want to protect your sovereignty, right? And then second analysis, if this diplomatic engagement doesn't work in the end, because it's most likely will not, as I said before, this leads to even more invasions that we oppose, because we believe that it brings more harm than good. So then like invasions are more likely to happen, right? Why is it, or like how is it more likely to happen in the end? Firstly, because like invasions have explosivity. Invasions are often the only way to accomplish change. Like sanctions frequently fail, since like countries find ways to evade sanctions, or like sanction-proof their economies against sanctions. Diplomacy is often a non-starter for government that cannot afford to look weak. So given this fact, like invasion is often the best and possibly the only solution for like major protected global crisis, in this case like the US and the Iran. And then like invasions are likely to work, secondly, because like invading countries often face intense domestic scrutiny to ensure the success of foreign interventions. It's like it is political suicide for politicians to greenlight a failed invasion. Thirdly, then when interventions are like supported by the superior Western military technology, in this case we're talking about is the US, and technical expertise or advertising, they often can outmaneuver and overpower the military forces of the opposition. Fourthly, then tactics like shock and awe, to like suddenly come and bomb and stuff like that, can be effective at demoralizing foot soldiers on the opposing side and scaring military leaders into defecting. This is particularly effective when coupled with promises of post-conflict amnesty, for example. Next, then, like invasions accelerate internal fracturing within the higher levels of military leadership. And lastly, then, if we're talking worldwide, then, like other countries, particularly those like neighboring the conflict region, for example, have like the incentives. Yes.
Military nuclear weapon, doesn't that sound dangerous to you?
Sounds dangerous, but if it can protect me, then I'm fine. I wanna keep it at all costs. Like if it protects me, if it's like the only thing that scares you as the number one ruler in this world, in this status quo, then I will keep it. Like I will do anything to protect development of it, because necessarily as simple as because I feel like it can protect me. This same thing is like I want to bring a knife, even though people maybe is gonna be scared of me, but I'm still gonna bring it because it's like my defense mechanism, as I stated in the very beginning. So I don't know why are you questioning that? Because yes, it is dangerous. That's why we want to develop it. And then like I was talking about countries then, like particularly those neighboring in the conflict region have the incentives to actually bring about like a speedy end to the violence, because the longer violence carries on for, the higher the risk of a refugee crisis becomes. Like if this crisis keeps on going, then like obviously the other countries are eventually going to be affected. Even if you say now Japan is not affected, how about like later, like 5 years from now or like 3 years from now, if this keeps on going on, then obviously like other countries is also going to be affected by this. And like so basically inflation is very likely to happen, because in the first place Iran is not going to take it like that easily. Iran is not going to suddenly like, oh yes, America, we respect you so much, and then we're gonna stop this development of nuclear weapons for you. So like this situation then will be putting Iran in a hard situation where it's like serba salah to them, because if they agree, they suddenly become under the US control, and that's obviously not something that they want. But if they don't, like invasions are very likely to happen that can cause even bigger adverse effects compared to the benefits. Like it's hard to reach agreement in the end, because US is like very strong-headed, very atrocious and high ideas, like while Iran feels like they are not doing anything wrong. So like that's why in the end, US operation will bring more harm than good, not only to the most protected actor here, which is Iran itself, but also to the other countries. And I want to state a little preemptive that opposition can simply say that like, oh, US isn't going to do military invasions anyway, because the reality is in the current status quo, they are not afraid. They can simply suddenly bomb a place because they are mad or like they're angry. They feel like they're not responded enough. They feel like what they are demanding for is not answered. So like their operation can suddenly wipe up to like certain invasions anyway. That's why I'm very proud to propose. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that speech. To continue the question ops, welcome O2. Here.
Am I audible?
Yes, audible.
Okay. I will be starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels, notice that the proposition is trying to flip our argument. However, they're tried to flip it. However, it's just keep giving us much more benefits. And then before I'm going to move on to my arguments, I will have a couple of rebuttals regarding of what the second speaker has already said. First, a rebuttal is that we noticed that most of the rebuttals that has been given from the proposition side is a misconception, and I will be elaborating this later. And then a second, we never actually say that a country is not affected. We actually know that a country is affected. We are not blind on that, because we already clarified that country will actually get affected by this whole situation. But what affected now, it is better than a nuclear problem because of what Iran actually did. Because mind you, Iran doesn't actually clarify whether they're doing a nuclear weaponry or not, right? And then I'm going to elaborate in this later. And then thirdly, Iran doesn't develop bomb for war, but we don't actually say that Iran developed bomb for war. We're stating this in a side of likelihood because we notice that Iran is more likely to be a catalyst for starting off a destruction because they have the weaponry for that. And then of course, it's actually flipped when they're talking that the military and bomb it is dangerous for them, but they're actually saying that they're wanting to have that military and bomb to protect themselves. However, we know that those two can be used toward others, toward other country, and even defending themselves mean use that to other, which mean it is dangerous to actually use this bomb and this military towards other country, and then the likelihood is higher on their side. It's more likely for them to defend themselves using this bomb and using this military to actually destruct other country. And then we noticed that it doesn't actually bring more harm if Iran actually just listen to the US, which US have the veto power to is it obliged to inherit this. And I will be elaborating this later in my argument. And then lastly, in the rebuttal is that the US when they talk about how the US is hard-headed, at the very least, US they're also trying to protect themselves with whatever happening in the Iran right now, because they're not clearly putting a real bomb into Iran, but in fact they're actually engaged with a diplomatic way, with this written rules way to actually portray a conflict. And then my first argument is, and moving on to my first argument, is that Iran doesn't clarify whether the assumption is real or not. Mind you, US already tried to come in peace by sending a diplomat, engagement in diplomats, and they're talking about how the US is actually hard-headed. But instead, who is the most hard-headed here? Because instead of actually engaging with this diplomatic way, the Iran caused more problem, which they tried to stop the Strait of Hormuz, and then this actually caused more harm in their side as Iran, and not actually cause more harm in this, because if only Iran listened to this operation, then there will be much more benefit. That means the inflation will be stopped, and then the future war will be stopped too. And then when you guys notice how when the inflation exists, other country got the bad impact too. People are worried of war. But let's stay with the people are worried of war. We notice that Iran actually have the ability to be a catalyst for those destruction, and that people actually worried about the fact that Iran could be the catalyst instead of US, because US is just trying to help, as they already have a veto, and I'm going to clarify this later on my next argument. We noticed that the written reason why US actually do this operation is that, one, Iran tried to Iran to clarify whether it's true or not. They're actually trying to develop a nuclear weaponry, which is actually harmful for all of the country here. And then two, trying to be the symbol of because they have the veto power, they're trying to become the symbol of creating peace. And then moving on to the second argument is that in the United States, their side already clarified the fact that US have a veto powers, which means it's which means they're actually a very powerful country that is inherent obligation to prevent a country from using a nuclear weapon. Because first, US have the rights to actually want to know whether a country does not follow a global rule or not because of that veto power, right? Because in fact, innovating a nuclear weapon is actually rebelling over the rule, because only a couple of countries in this globe is able to have the rights to have a nuclear weapon, and then it actually gives a catalyst to start war and to start the destruction. And then B, it brings more benefit in our side, because for the long-term situation, at the very least, we won't actually create a destruction of the world because of a short-term prevention. And then it is an urgent for us to prevent such a global problem. And then I'm going to have an extension towards what my first speaker already said. They notice how this is simply just an assumption, but this assumption is actually elaborated towards whether it's true or not, because instead of actually assuming that they are not actually creating a nuclear weapon to start a destruction, they do what? They bring harm towards a global intervention that you guys know a developing country is getting much more trouble in this situation, right? Country that country that advanced in nuclear technology is inherently okay. But however, when they start this nuclear technology into becoming a bomb, then it becomes a harmful situation for almost all sides, right? And then we notice that every country have their realism situation where those casualties is what each countries are responsible to do so. And then as a powerful country, US using their veto power to actually clarify whether true or not this Iran actually did try to make this nuclear weapon. Yes.
You said that US can use this veto power to clarify whether it's true or not, but veto power actually used to unilaterally block resolution. That's not, how is that relevant?
Yes, exactly. That is why it's problematic, because what is the reason that the country actually have a veto power? It's because they're a very powerful country, which means they're a powerful country inside the UN. The reason why UN exists is to create peace in the global, right? And this is why US try to do so. The comparative here is that our side have more benefit because we prevent a nuclear destruction, and then we notice that Iran is more likely to be the perpetrator in this situation, and then we can protect other actors too in this situation. Other actors is that country that got this that got the situation, which is an inflation, and then people worrying on war, and then the US already become the victim over the situation in the first place. That's why they use their power to actually impact on the society, right? And then to clarify is that their side have this allegation of a nuclear weaponry of Iran, but they don't clarify that. And I'm going to clarify some of the things. First is that we want to give more attention toward what happened in reality. It is better for us to prevent nuclear destruction, because we noticed that a single millimeter of single thing that a nuclear existing could actually cause a much more huge problems toward the whole world. Even if US have a bad incentive, the results are still there. Plus, would you want to be in a nuclear destruction, and would you want inflation to exist? Therefore, we are proud to oppose.
All right, thank you for that speech. To continue the case from Goff, please welcome Peter here.
Am I audible?
Yep, audible.
Okay. PRI preference, which is mute. I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Make America great again. Sounds familiar, isn't it? Yes, it is exactly the statement coming from the United States President Donald Trump. And let me tell you what, panels, this is exactly what happening under opposition world. Yes, they are role-playing as the United States. They are role-playing as Donald Trump in this debate. And I'm about to show you what. Let me point out some big picturization of what happening in today's debate by those 2 speeches given by the opposition teams, right? They kept on mentioning about, oh, this nuclear is actually dangerous. This nuclear is actually extremely harmful for not only for US and Iran, not only for US and Iran, but also like globally, blah blah blah. And nuclear weapons, military is actually dangerous. It's in danger, blah blah blah. But let's see, notice panels. If this is their main concerns and their main census, therefore it's like they're debating under the motion, this house regret the nuclearization. This is what should have been our motion since the first, if this is the opposition main concern and stances, right? Therefore, I would like to, before going furthermore, I would like to clarify what us as the government team been trying to propose and trying to prove to you. Why does this United States operation on Iran brings more harm? First up, we have clarified to you, our first speaker already explained to you that this operation committed by the United States, it's called a knockout blow. What is a knockout blow? Since opposition doesn't actually pay attention and even barely touch, they're being ice cold towards this ideas, right? What is a knockout blow? Opposition, please listen carefully, right? Knockout blows actually refers to the military tactic of launching a preemptive strike at a location where another country is supposedly developing military weapon. Again, supposedly, right? I'll explain later on the waking up, right? Let's just go to the clashes right away. First clashes, is nuclear development actually crucial or harmful? Panels, nuclear is actually a part of our history. It is a crucial part of our history that we can see, that we can witness today. Why? Because nuclear, as my second speaker already mentioned, nuclear actually acts as a defense mechanism, or like preparation for these countries that does not have much power. And in fact, the 90% of nuclear power in the world is actually occupied, it's actually in the hands of the United States and the Russia. This just proven our case that yes, United States already has that much power and also that much nuclear. Therefore, it is not merely necessary for United States to actually strive to actually get this invasion towards Iran just because Iran look like they are developing this nuclear to strike on us. This is based on assumption, and this is very concerning and pathetic, because why does we actually normalize things happening, especially in global and international terms, happening just because on assumption, right? That's the first reason why this on this clash we actually lies under our side. Moving on to the big clashes then. Does this operation will solve the conflict or longer the conflict? Now, see panels, opposition has been trying to convince you that actually US would give diplomatic, and there's a United Nations that would actually address this conflict, right? First up, even if there's a diplomat, even if there is later on, let's say later on, there's going to be a United Nations meeting to address the conflict between Iran and the US. Let's flip the case. First up, US has veto power. We already know that. What is veto power? Veto power is a formal authority to unilaterally block an official action. Okay, I would explain later on. Second, then, opposition assume, okay, how do we guarantee that Iran wouldn't use bombing strategy if there's a diplomatic resolution, or a United Nations actually tells Iran and America to, hey, come on, guys, calm down and stop the conflict. Let's just stop the conflict. No. First up, there's no gonna be a diplomatic resolution. Why? Because the resolution doesn't even pass in the first place. First up, this is a geopolitical conflict, which we acknowledge that a global geopolitical conflict is under the UNSC, or the United Nations Security Council, which has the veto power, which is the only council in the United Nations that gives some powerful benefits, which is the veto power. And why does this veto power exist in the first place? Opposition tries to convince you that, that is exactly why veto power is given to powerful country to maintain global stability, blah, blah, blah. No, status quo. First up, status quo says otherwise. Second, that is not actually the original reason why veto power exists. Veto power originally established as a political concession to secure the cooperation of major power following the World War II. And how does this veto power actually work? Veto power in UNSC, if we want to do a resolution, a draft resolution, in order that resolution to pass, it needs at least 9 members of the UNSC needs to vote yes, and none of the P5 member, Russia, China, US, UK, France, vote no, because it counts as a veto power. And realistically, in status quo, United Nations has been truly using this veto power, to constantly using this veto power, aka power abuse. Therefore, by saying that there's gonna be a resolution to tell this party to stop. No, first up, resolution didn't even exist at the first place, right? We're going to the waking then. What is actually happening? The conflict between these parties is previously a latent conflict. Latent conflict means that the conflict doesn't actually visible to others, but it's actually real, but it actually happens underground. It's like the Cold War, etc., right?
But recently it shifted into emerging and manifest conflict, which we can see the visible harm that actually happened, like the Strait of Hormuz getting closed, and then Strait of Hormuz getting closed actually is Iran responses to U.S. strikes, U.S. knockout blow strategy. This is exactly what happened. No, thank you. And opposition actually has been neglecting this fact. Second, what's happened in the 2026, the knockout blow strategy, and does it result in? First is that it rises global tension. Yes, it is. BBC already stated that U.S. mixed, quote unquote, mixed signal towards Iran, resulting oil prices globally to cease thaw. This is exactly what happened. Second, it put Iran's sovereignty at risk because Iran keeps getting strikes, keeps getting invention, keeps getting threats by the U.S. just because U.S. actually feels insecure. U.S. actually assume that, oh, they're actually going to strike us. Third, it undermines diplomatic and international law. Yes, this is exactly what we have been trying to prove to you. U.S. actually have been using their power abuse. They're very powerful. They have using this power abuse and undermines the legitimacy, the diplomatic and international law. Therefore, panels, if we compare it fairly then, on status quo, we have give you lots of examples on status quo on how this operation would elongate the conflict. Let me give you a new example. It creates a blocks, right? We know that Russia and China actually very against US, and if this conflict doesn't solve, it would just raise a block, would even shift to the global conflict. On the irreversibility, then we actually won. Therefore, based on these two clashes, we won this debate. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that speech. To continue up case, please welcome O3. You here?
I'm audible like this?
Yes.
Okay. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Judges, remember that the relations between US and Iran already strict negatively since past years. Our path to winning here is to prove to you why the operations will eventually cost. The beneficial things to reach our goal in this debate, that the most likelihood in our side prevent future continuously problem international conflicts, and the case that focus in it would be exclusive in our side. But before that, notice that their speakers hasn't been much and understand our framing that leads to misconceptions our case. What is possible? A, their core problem is in the fact that they're thinking to be like a more likelihood of destructions, right? Meanwhile, if you really not understand, I will like explain it more simplified so you don't have misunderstanding again. First about the history. If you have the power, for example, if there's a country that have the powers, means that country has like the weapon, and exactly rather than makes it as a attack people, you can use that as a shield to protect your country. That's what Iran actually do, right? Have you ever thinking about Iran? If you only think about the bad side, you only think in the small frame, but our side already explained to you what our bigger frame exactly is. Iran, it's not have a harmful benefit exactly. They have more good benefit. It actually will beneficial for not only the Iran but the entire world, country of world, right? Okay, so I think the misconceptions already explained by first and second speaker also. The case focus is we would like to focus most on the effects. Furthermore, the abundance aspects for this conflict that have solved in our side of the house. Even if the proportions will say that the impacts toward the victim will bad, but we will clarify to you panels that the fact and actual purpose of this thing is actually because A, prevent nuclear war that will happen if we don't support this. Why we deserve to win? Let's criticize how crucial is the impacts toward the nuclear that will completely make the circumstances even worsen if that risk is taken only to prevent the US operation. B, we said that the condition will bring unsustainable situation in terms of economic, poverty constraints, for example, justice, for example, if you don't support these operations for the country, because the fundamental implications will be stagnant, and it's already enhanced by my second speaker, that if you don't support these operations by US, you exactly support the stagnance or the more harms conflicts towards not only Iran or US, but actually for the entire world. Why? Because Iran and US is actually the competitive countries that will affect more countries, right? And see, we already engage you on their side that the relations between country is actually by diplomats, right? And because of that, that actually the crucial purpose on why US give operations to Iran, exactly because they don't feel their rights as completely fulfilled, because Iran doesn't have a really proper clarify why it's actually implemented their country, right? D, we said that our case will eventually mitigate the future conflicts, which more reasonable in our case, so the long-term situations have more sustainability and will eventually construct the relationship, right? Criticize. If we don't support this operation, it actually means that you allow the several nations, such as the Strait of Hormuz, for example, that obviously will increase inflation that makes a really harm rather than a short or long-term effects, right? People will have more risks of like unable of fulfill their fundamental needs if poverty or inflation will increase because continuously problem is not solved because of their side. So poverty predominantly will affect rural of areas. They even fail to characterize the main status quo and the history of the purpose at the very first place, like I already clarified at my beginning of speech. The systemic issue is actually because Iran never clarified the condition that happen effectively, and they are never and they being defensive of their country, right? So I think it's US right to actually yes.
So does that mean that you actually normalizing knockout blow strategy that commit by the US?
I think you keep continuously misunderstand our case, so I think I will extend it in my speech later on. So I think I will continue. So I think US is actually have rights to up their sustainability, because US feel like they even feel sustainable. They even feel they fulfill their rights. So I think it's not a really harm thing to US actually give operations to Iran. Moving into my clashes here, I think there are two clashes debate. For the first is which stifles the principle of diversion the most, and the second is the practical on how it will actually benefit society. So I think the first is about regarding principle. A is how awareness is still exists on our side of the house, because the burden of proof is answered and solved. We need to prove the scale of the worlds within the scale of magnitude here. They spend a lot of time to only clarify the victim's effects, or maybe like the status quo that they have been glorified the most, right? But actually, the inherent obligations already explained by my first speaker, that so even if they bring it, I think it will be not fulfill the main actor of the debate. Meanwhile, on our side, we still give to you proof panels. We still give sense of urgency that linear to our status quo right now. Means we will still provide check and balance toward the delta that will legitimate evidence based on the status quo already mentioned. Means the accountability exists and we will. Yes.
How can you guarantee that the US prioritizes diplomatic engagement to prevent further escalation in the current status quo in 2026?
Exactly, that I will bring in my speech. For the first, even if there are a risk on our side that about the bad conditions, but panelists criticize that the risks are even more strong, worse in their condition, because the world war will happen, and the unstable conditions, the chaos is even decrease the country. So even the POI takes that, how can you guarantee that will be effective in your side? Actually, we already give proof to you that even if they're not a 100% guarantee, but in our side, there are a lot of high likelihood that it will match the sense of urgency that will affect the entire country, right? Because it even make worsen situations if the condition or the problem or the conflict is continuously effect, and it will slowly kill the US or the Iran itself, right? So it even make a more harm in their situations. And what's the comparative here? In our side, obviously panels, we will have much more higher possibility to win the semifinal debate. Why? Because we will have more firm argument that stands over urgency, furthermore about future vision, not ignoring the status quo goals of stability circumstances. A, we say that our side have a more wise beneficial solution that have Iran, that they said that Iran have right to develop, but we didn't say that we will demolish the rights, right? We say that we prevent or limit the risk of this problem that eventually will finish or have more productive will gonna be never ending conflict through country, for example, that actually will bring the country harmful. They said that our harm create inflation, but we provide solution. Not every country will affect that, which we still have high likelihood. Even it's happened actually, we still choose to face economic instability rather than destruction or long-term effect that actually will kill even more harm than just like economic unstable, right? The likelihood for Iran to use nuclear is high, being explained by first and second speaker. But I think it's not really important to clarify it again. Eventually, our side have more beneficial thing to work stability. Therefore, we're very proud to oppose this motion.
All right, thank you for that speech. To close up case as a whole, please welcome op reply. Here.
Can use this.
Oh, am I audible?
Audible.
Okay. I'll be starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels. The government has been listing benefits from this development of a literal weapon, but the benefit is only applied to Iran, while the elephant in the room, aka having a literal earth destroyer laying on the living room on your grandma's house, is the bomb itself. And then benefits from the government is that first, nation stability, economic growth, military, and sovereignty. However, our reply is that won't matter because if everyone in the end everyone is going to die. We have repeatedly told you the likelihood in our side is much more higher in the increasing of what Iran might have done. So this is their biggest flaw in the first place of this debate. Okay. First of all, they actually belittling the likelihood. They're trying to frame Iran as the smooth operator that won't actually bomb people. And then the likelihood of destruction is much higher on their side of what Iran could be. And then the harm on their side exists from Iran itself. So all of the list that they've been talking about, the more harm in this motion is not the US operation, is not because the US operation in the first place, because they talk about how international law exists, and then you think that laws will be upheld when you have a nuclear weapon to literally end everyone in this world. And then, yes, of course, we accept and we justify the military advancement with nuclear weapon that you guys talk about, how that actually trying to protect yourself. But it has already been explained in the second speaker that those reasons to protect yourself from other people is actually too much. Because why would you think that a nuclear weapon could protect yourself from others when a nuclear weapon could actually destroy a whole city? More of it, in this in this modern era, those nuclear weapons could actually destroy a whole globe. And then our strongest point is that our benefit is much more because it's actually preventing a huge problem regarding this. And then the worst case is that they notice in their side of the house, the worst case is only about country inflation and Strait of Hormuz, etc., etc. But their best case is that US don't intervene on Iran's country. However, the likelihood, we've been talking a lot about the likelihood, because the likelihood of a nuclear destruction to happen is higher, which makes us win in this in the worst case scenario, because in our worst case scenario, the earth is destructing because of this. Because we noticed that a lot of huge country also have this kind of situation, but they already have a contract regarding this. However, Iran doesn't actually try to clarify whether or not they have this in the situation. And then, would you rather have an inflation in a country, or would you rather die because of this World War III, because of this nuclear weapon? Nuclear weaponry was never the wrong weapon. Nuclear technology was never the wrong thing in this situation. However, the reason why US create this operation is to prevent a future destruction that already been explained and elaborated on my first, second, third, even until now. And then we noticed that almost all of the things regarding this nuclear destruction is always been belittling by their side of the house, while we're trying to elaborate by the fact that this is much more urgent rather than actual inflation and stuff like that. Therefore, we are proud to oppose. Low power.
Okay, thank you for that speech. To close the golf case and debate as a whole, please welcome Prop Reply here.
Okay, so my speech will start in 3, 2, 1. I think that the opposition major flaw is that they're not actually focusing on how does this U.S. operation are impacting our global stability, and are trying to justify why the benefits are much bigger than the harm. They're actually focusing more on trying to say that the nuclear development is bad and blah blah blah. They are trying to actually disturb you or distract you, judges, from actually bringing this debate from a very far away scope from what it should actually be. One, I think why we actually won this debate is because one, their likelihood of their harm that they are trying to show to you have a really low likelihood. Like when they said that, oh, higher price of gas or the World War III, what do you actually prefer? What are the likelihood of those two to happen, Josh? I think if we all think about it, the traumas that we have toward like World War I and also World War II, it is very clear that international nations are actually working really hard not to make World War III happen. It will actually be very hard then for World War III to actually happen. But what about higher price of gas? This is something. What about inflation? This is something that we can see with our naked eyes. This is something that we already can see in the status quo. The likelihood is much more bigger then. So there were scenarios are very unlikely to happen, Josh, and that is why they actually failed to weight the harm that we actually offers. Two, opposition side are trying really hard also to actually justify power abuse. They are trying to say to you, oh, it's better actually if Iran loses from the very first place and follows US. They try to say that it will actually be better for the global stability at the end. But even if it's true, Josh, that it would actually stop World War III, for example, it backfires. Because in their side then, power abuse from US can actually continue. US can actually do intervention toward every countries that they want. Then when we normalize this power abuse, later on, if US actually has more power in the long run, maybe then we will all be controlled by the US. It can reach many more countries. No one can go against US, for example. Then the world will be monopolized at the end. We don't think, Judge, that justifying power abuse is actually worth it for preventing problem with low likelihood. Their urgency are basically, oh, we are afraid of World War III or destruction of the world, which likelihood of that are majorly low, as we already explained to you. So I think that it makes it clear that it was true when we said to you, Judge, that their actions are all based on assumption and non-guaranteed allegation. So the harm that they said will happen in our side because it's very likelihood are very weak. Then when you compare it to the harm that we give you, that you can see with naked eyes, then it can actually it can actually show you that they failed to show to us that their benefits are actually bigger than the harm itself. We need to understand, Judge, that nuclear development is not equal with World War III. Russia and North Korea have nuclear, right? But do we have World War III now? No. Because why? Because the United Nations, the international relations, are trying very hard to actually prevent that, Judge. They haven't necessarily proved to us also how then this diplomatic engagement are actually going to be still prioritized then in their side. Because that is their claim, right? That the U.S. actually is going to, they're actually going to prioritize this diplomatic engagement, but they never really touch that case because in the status quo, it's quite clear that they are not doing so, Judge. They have been ignoring and also neglecting the protected and vulnerable actors that are in our side. In this motion, it is clear that Iran and developing countries are the vulnerable actors, right? We have witnessed now that this conflict worsens global tension and put economic stability at a huge risk. On their side, it's like we are letting developing countries then to suffer, to fall, and eventually seek help for IMF, for example. Is this the goal of international law and diplomacy, Judge? Is this actually worth it? Is this actually the harm that we can actually tolerate towards the benefit that they are trying to show you? We think that it's clear that it is not, and that is why we believe that proposition should win this debate.
All right, thank you for that speech. That marks the end of this debate. So actually for opposition, we still don't have your speaking order. So please type it through the chat. But that said, yeah, that's already the end of this round. This will be announced later at 13:45 WIB. So you guys can take like this short break and also for lunch. And yeah, we're going to announce the result in the announcement later in the main room. Thank you everyone for the debate, waiting for opposition, and after that, we can just leave the room. Thank you.
Thank you,
you.
Pa.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, thank you. We meet again, Cirebon.
Hi everyone, so we will do a roll call first for the semi-final announcement result. So in round one we have tim opposition dari Cirebon. Apakah sudah ada di sini? Oke. Untuk tim oposisi Depok.
Yes, Kak.
Oke. Untuk ruangan kedua, proposition team Kabupaten Sukabumi, apakah sudah ada di sini?
Yes.
Oke, untuk tim oposisi Bogor, apakah sudah ada di sini?
Here and complete.
Okay, we will proceed to the semi-final result announcement for the chair in room one, Jocelyn Tate. You may proceed to the result.
Here. Suaranya. Right. All right. Hi guys, Dosa here. The chair for room one in semifinal for NSDC 2026 Jabar. So judging with me as many finals, we have Setiawan as well as Maureen. Yeah. So we eventually came on government we have Kota Cirebon. On opposition we have Kota Depok. Yeah, eventually we came to a unanimous decision. The teams that's going to proceed to the grand finals will be congratulations teams on the teams on government. Yeah, teams on government Kota Cirebon. Congratulations to Gov and congratulations to opposition. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jocelyn. For room two, we have chair Michael. You may proceed to the result.
Okay, hello, I'm Haikal here. I'm the chair from room 2. It was the battle between Kabupaten Sukabumi in opposition and Kota Bogor in opposition. Judging with me, amazing set of panelists was Michaela and also Kak William. It was quite an embarrassing debate, but eventually we come into a unanimous decision. The second team that will be proceeding into the final. Congratulations to the team in opposition. So congratulations for Kota Bogor and commiserations for Kabupaten Sukabumi.
All right, thank you, Haikal. Congratulations to the four team who proceeded to the grand final round for Bogor and Kota Cirebon, and also commiserations for Kabupaten Sukabumi and Kota. So we will proceed to the draw release for the grand final round of LDI Bahasa Inggris Jawa Barat 2026. The floor is yours for Pradina.
All right. I hope I'm not lagging. Once again, congratulations and commiserations for those who didn't pass. We will begin with the draw immediately. Wait for a moment. And while waiting and looking at your draw, please enjoy the music hit as well. The draw. Okay, the draw is released. Please do write your position and please do write. Oh, well, there's no room. Please do write your position. Thank you. All right. From the songs earlier, I hope everybody is excited for the grand final round or the grand final motion. Wait, hold on. Right. Once again, hi everyone and welcome to the grand final round. Yay! From the song earlier, I Will Survive. There will be no context slide, and I do believe the song is intuitive enough to express what is the thing that you will talk about. So, for the grand final round, the heading is going to be philosophy. Again, there's no context slide. The motion reads, this house opposes that suffering builds character. I'll give you guys several seconds to write the motion down. And yeah. Any question? Going once, going twice, going thrice. Seeing there is no question, the time right now is 13:55. It means we'll be debating at 2:25. Good luck, everybody. Also, the debate is going to be here in the main room, so everybody can watch. So yeah, good luck for the case building.
Recording in progress.
Hello, I would like to just quick reminder to both teams. Can you guys please adjust the camera so all of the speakers are visible? So for Kota Bogor, I think to make sure that everyone is in the frame with the paper. For Kota Cirebon as well, is it possible if you can like adjust your camera so it's closer so we can see all the members and all your papers as well. Okay. Can you lower it down? Okay, okay. Oh wait, that was. Oh yeah, this is good. Thank you. Hello guys, so reminder, it's 4 minutes until case building time is over. Can I please kindly ask both teams to send their speaking orders? And it will be great if you guys can send it before the debate starts. But yeah, 4 minutes to go. Hello everyone, it's 2:25, which means that case building time is over. We're going to start the debate very, very soon. So quick introductions first. My name is Rania Sasabila Basir, and I will be your chair for this round. Judging with me are also four amazing panelists. I will give the floor to introduce themselves one by one, starting from the order in the top, from Bintang.
Hello everyone, my name is Bintang. Good luck for the debate.
Next, Giga.
Hi everyone, this is Kika. Congratulations for making it to grand final. Good luck with the debate.
Raka.
Hi everyone, my name is Sikadara Kagunawan and good luck everyone.
Lastly, Rama.
Hi everyone, good luck for the grand final round, and yeah.
Okay, so those are the introduction for the judges. Before we start the round, just several reminders. I'm sure you guys know the drill already. It's 8 minutes for substantive and 4 minutes for reply. I will be providing timer in the Zoom so you guys can track your speaking time. Secondly, POIs are of course highly encouraged to maximize the engagement, but please do so offer and accept from minute 1 to 7. Lastly, most importantly as well, since this is the grand final round, it's going to be very competitive, very heated, but please still be mindful of all of the equity guidelines that's being continuously reminded since the very beginning of the tournament, because we still want to make sure that everyone in this room right now is safe and protected. So, yep, without further ado, I think we can just go ahead and start the debate under the motion this House opposes the narrative that suffering builds character. I welcome the first speaker of the proposition team to start the debate.
Please give me a second to get my jacket. Hi, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Great. Just some quick remarks, and this has been a long journey. Thank you to everyone who's involved. Okay. A trigger warning, I'll mention suicide only once. I cannot really find any other alternatives. I'll try to be as mindful as possible. Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. The reason why back then I would cry in my room alone when I was a kid is because I know if I tell my dad that I'm suffering, that I'm scared of something, he'll tell me to man up, and that my suffering will inherently means I will have a stronger personality later on. I do not feel that benefit even up until this point. Therefore, I oppose this motion. So proud to propose. First point of framing then, how does the narrative actually manifest? Firstly, I think it simply means your environment taught you to handle all your problems yourself, yet you need to suck it up and seek your own salvation. But secondly, it also means there's this kind of a degree that this narrative also amplifies at a degree. For example, the narrative that toxic masculinity, for example, that man needs to be strong and whatsoever, right? But secondly, it is also imposed within religious communities, and this amplifies how intense the narrative is, right? Because a religious narrative that, for example, essentially tells you that suffering is a test from God, that every suffering has a silver lining in it, and the existence of both of these narratives amplifies and strengthens each other, which leads to more brainwashing, which leads to more radicalism at the end of the day, right? But also then, I think it's mostly mental. I think these kind of suffering are mostly mental and mostly taught since your in formative years, i.e., when you're a kid, right? And because why then is mental mostly this case? I think this is simply the reason. The reason behind this is simply that probably most parents are not that aware of how actually important mental health for these kids are. I'll explain later down the line why this is the case. The point is, it is simply because parents' environment generalize kids' mental capability is the reason why these kind of suffering are mostly emphasized on the mental pressure itself, right? But what then are the other narrative that will rise when this narrative is opposed? I think simply that adults are just taught to be more empathetical, and this encourage the legitimization of being opening up, of speaking out against, for example, what you're suffering from, for example. That therefore the baseline is under our side house, the narrative that will rise up is the narrative that legitimizes your suffering, that doesn't dismiss your mental health. First argument then on how we empower the vulnerable, especially the children. But first point of framing, how dominant is actually this narrative is. Firstly, I think it's simply you're exposed to, for example, figures who are, who go through suffering, but at the very end of the day, they got through the suffering, and this creates a massive spotlight effect, because these successful stories are the minorities, right? These successful stories of figures who actually went through suffering and actually find the silver lining are the minorities. But these are the people who are constantly spotlighted. Therefore, this creates the norm that every kid, every children, every vulnerable people should be that way. They should have a happy ending through after their suffering. But secondly, it affirms other narrative. It's so far that many narratives also aligns with the narrative that suffering builds character. As I mentioned before, like how in the religious community, how this leads to religious brainwashing, which I will explain later, but how this also amplifies the narrative of toxic masculinity. First argument then on how we empower the vulnerable, especially the children. The main problem is that every actor under their said house will not know when to intervene and actually help these children when they actually need them. Why is this the case? Firstly, most parents are mostly not aware of mental health because they mostly live in times where it's still conservative. What does this imply? Firstly, they're just not aware of this kind of mental health and how actually important it is to especially during the formative years of the children. But secondly, during the conservative time back in the day, for example, these are the times where tiger parenting is still prominent, which means this creates back in my day kind of mentality from these parents, and this therefore leads to the legitimization of these kids suffering, right? But secondly, it's simply that the study of psychology is just not too advanced, which leads to these parents not being aware of how important these kind of things actually are, but simply because parents also generalize children's mental capabilities. For example, they don't understand the nuance of each kids not having the same mental capabilities on and how much pressure they can actually withstand, right? Why that is specifically bad? Because these kind of things do not affect today's parents only, right? This affects almost all adults. People, for example, adults in education, people in power, for example. Anna will explain how it's bad that people in power have this regressive mindset and constant legitimization of suffering itself. But secondly, children internalize the trauma. Why then is this harmful instead of building the character that they might try to posit? Firstly, it impacts the kids' self-esteem, how open these kids are to others. And this mostly happen during their formative years when their prefrontal cortex are still developing, for example, which means when these kind of things are left alone and not resolved during their formative years, it tends to stick with their identities, with their values, for example, and it shapes how they are later down the line, right? But secondly, therefore, later down the line, this also impacts these kids' social interaction, how they communicate with each other, for example, during their adult years, for example, how they perceive love and connections during their adult years, etc. But lastly, it's simply that you cannot speak up or acknowledge your own suffering insofar you want to fulfill this narrative, because your environment told you that this is a good thing and that there's valor in going through these kind of things, this kind of suffering, and finding your own salvation at the end of the day, which means you already thought that these kind of things are inherently beneficial, which means you also delegitimizes your own thinking, your own suffering, which means these kids cannot speak up and cannot actually have a comprehensive understanding of their own emotional well-being, right? But insofar that most adults undermine these things, it leads to the widespread ignorance towards the mental health in and of itself, right? And this is especially bad because these people who lead this widespread ignorance towards these things are mostly people in power who have high standing within society, right? What then is going to happen under our said house? Firstly, I think the baseline is that most parents will not dismiss the mental health. Why then is this likely? Firstly, most parents still want the best for the kid. Then, therefore, the problem is that the narrative, this exact narrative, makes the parent believe that they're doing the best for their kids when they leave these kids alone to face their own problems, right? And therefore, under our said house, when these kind of things are discouraged, their parents are more likely to help these kids navigate through their problems, through their emotions, right? But secondly, it leads to the betterment of mental health within the kids' environment. For example, in their education, how their teacher perceive and taught them on how important mental health is and how important it is to acknowledge your emotional well-being, for example. Why that is the beneficial? Firstly, it simply creates a structural awareness of mental health, because firstly, our counter narrative push adults to actually legitimize mental health, not only through parenting but also in education through media picturization whatsoever, right? But secondly, it reduces this toxic masculinity, and the toxic masculinity is inherently bad because one, it is taught from your, for example, conservative dad, for example, which taught you to man up, for example. Secondly, it is also what you're exposed to in sosmed on the idea of how men should be, and in medias how men are supposed to be strong, for example. And also this leads to your friends, for example, your social circle pushing this idea of men, for example, that constantly delegitimizes these kind of kids emotional well-being, right? on weighing then, why then do most kids just can't deal with the pressure? Firstly, because simply their prefrontal cortex is still developing. Secondly, they're still dependent on their parents, right? But so also it does not only affect the kids but also the adults, because it is internalized as a part of your identity, as I mentioned before. But secondly, it's about the toxic masculinity, as I mentioned, and this is where the weighing comes into play. This is why, for example, men would rather commit suicide rather than being vulnerable and opening it to others, because this narrative is not only internal but also external, and is already so entrenched within society, right? But thirdly, is simply that it confirms religious brainwashing that every suffering is a test from God, that there's always a silver lining to suffering, which also harms the minorities that probably cannot cope with the pressure and is in damage from this religious brainwashing in and of itself. Proud to propose.
Thank you, first speaker of proposition. For the fine speech to continue, I call the first speaker of opposition.
Please let me organize my paper first. Okay, so my speech will start in 3, 2, 1. Panels, I think it's very important for us to realize that we are not living in a Disneyland. Resilience should be a safe in our today's world. I would like to give some rebuttals on the first speaker of the proposition team. The first speaker of proposition team assumed that toxic masculinity actually comes from this narrative that suffering actually builds character, right? But toxic masculinity doesn't truly come from this narrative. Rather, toxic masculinity comes from the conservative view that men actually have better logic, that men actually have stronger emotion controls. This is why parents, for example, that have conservative view feels like their son shouldn't actually shows more emotion rather than, for example, their daughter, because they believe in this conservative view that men have better logic and have stronger emotion controls. And it is not because of this suffering, because the narrative that suffering actually builds characters itself. They told you panels that most parents does not actually know about mental health, and they still have this conservative view. They tell you that because of this narrative itself, it's actually going to pressure people, it's actually going to manipulate their thinking. Then I'll tell you guys why then in our side we can actually make their cases false. We know, panels, that in Generation Z is actually very famous with the term strawberry generation. For example, where younger generation are seen as too mushy, the generation with the biggest anxiety and the most dramatic generation. This is something that we can see in our daily basis. We think that this actually happens, panels, because of one, social media influences. Mental health awareness are actually spread very widely now in our current status quo, and most people kind of dramatically overuse this awareness itself in a way that panels in every inconvenience are actually labeled as harm, are actually labeled as something that is so harmful and evil. It is basically a misconception that spread to social media about this mental health awareness that eventually creates this mushy generation from the very first place. For example, like how people try to normalize others that actually run away from their responsibilities because they try to hide behind the mental health consequences that they are actually trying to avoid. These are mainly why they are called mushy generation. And two, we also believe that the mushy generation also comes from the stakeholders' behavior toward the Generation Z, toward the younger generation. Because of the whole mental health awareness panels, suffering and every little inconvenience actually becoming like severely captured as a total evil and destruction. Sometimes it actually captures like a damnation. Parents won't talk too loud, for example, toward their child. They start to have this gentle parenting, right? In our status quo right now, there's a lot of gentle parenting and methods that parents actually choose. Simply, for example, when teachers at school try to discipline their kids, for example, they wandered up math and say that it will make the kids' mental health hurt. This actually resulted in their kid getting spoiled, panels. That's why they are called mushy. That's why they are called as the strawberry generation itself. We think that panels, the harm that proposition try to give is overly dramatic and very centered toward the worst case scenarios. Instead, panels, we will show to you guys that this narrative can actually help and offers our communities benefits. We think that one, the narrative actually can increase the younger generation resilience. With this narrative panels, people would actually perceive obstacle as something much more positive. When they have an inconvenience, for example, they believe that it is simply just a challenge they need to go through to then reach a better character, to then build up reward. So generally, they'll become more positive when reacting to convenience. Why reacting to inconvenience? Why is this important? Because A, it will actually prepare people, especially children, which is our most vulnerable actors, to then make wise decisions under pressure in the future itself. In our life, it is very possible, panels, for us to get several life challenges with a more positive way than to perceive problem with this narrative. People would actually have better resilience, which means they can control panels, they can maintain their calmness when they are under pressure. Simply make it easier for them then to actually go through their problems, to actually went through all of it. B, it will also make their overall mental health better. Simply with the narrative then, people perceive their suffering as a mark that they can become a better person at last. They won't spend too much of their time to actually be drowned in this suffering, to actually think about the pathetic things that life actually has ahead of them. The narrative gives them the belief that when the suffering pass, and it will pass, panels, there are something that they will actually get at the end, or they are actually going to have a reward after, which is the better character, which is the building character itself. What happened then, panels, when this narrative actually disappear? What would happen in the world if this narrative doesn't exist in the first place? One, resilience then would fade away. Without this narrative, panels, suffering are going to be seen as damnation, something so strong that it would actually be avoided. People are going to see the harm it would bring and neglect the benefits that suffering can actually do. So people are going to be drowned in their suffering, and they are actually going to be blinded by their suffering and by the pain and the harm that they think, because they think that in every step they are taking, it's actually going to get worse, because they don't know that there are some several rewards that are actually waiting for them in the end. Because of this then, this thing could happen. A, the people are going to avoid every possible thing that they think will bring them suffering, even if it was a responsibility for them. B, because of the avoidance effect then, panels, they will likely mess up when they cannot actually avoid a problem, because that's make resilience fade away and gone. Because of these avoidant effects then, they are actually going to lose their resilience. So when they are actually under pressure, they are actually going to panic, they are actually going to turn into shambles. We also believe, panels, that without this narrative then, future generation will have would very easily then have their mental health compromised, because they think about the worst case scenarios every single time. They think about the dangers that are 10 miles away from them. They have this avoidance and fear then that if they are actually going to take a step that is actually going to hurt them. This is not good, panels, and we can see this in today's status quo, where parents are very afraid, for example, that their kids are actually going to have some mental health problem. We can see, for example, teachers that actually get so much troubles from parents that are trying to picture the teachers that try to discipline their kids as an evil. It's suffering. It makes it really hard then for us to rather discipline the generation and the future generation itself. You also need to think, panels, that we are not living in a Disneyland. We are living in a realistically world that is harsh, that is pressuring people to actually become strong, that is pressuring people to actually survive in this world. Without this narrative, panels, it can actually decreases the people capability to actually survive in this world, because the future generation are just going to become much more mushy, much more weak, and much more afraid, and much more consumed by fear itself, panels. We cannot actually handle that, panels, and that is why, panels, it is very important for us to acknowledge that the narrative that suffering actually build character is actually going to benefit us at the very end of the day, and we cannot actually be too blind at only looking to the worst case scenarios itself. And that is why, panel, I am very proud to oppose.
Thank you, first speaker of opposition team. To continue, I call the second speaker of government.
Give a good speech. Okay. Before that, my PY is just unmute. I will check my timer. And also, thank you for everyone that has supported us throughout this journey. I will begin on this first speech. I will begin on the first word. Okay. We don't live in a carnivoristic dog-eat-dog world. Rather, this is now the status quo. People have just so many things they can have. People have so many things they can give to each other if only they were willing to. We tell you that you need to consider the status quo right now. It is very progressive. There's so many people that has just developed empathy. We tell you this is the only barrier towards preventing more of these people entering empathy, towards more of these people having a certain type of empathy towards their friends in the first place. Before I go on to my clash on vulnerable actors, before I go into why this won't be a good implementation, I'm going to weigh on the abused children because this is the most important debate tipping point. One, on vulnerability, you need to note that this happens to kids in more conservative areas, insofar as the religious beliefs there that Nathan mentioned is much more apparent then. Therefore, the bad implementation of this narrative, even if there's some good in the implementation, is going to necessarily happen to the most vulnerable children. Those are the children who live in poorer areas, who have then a mindset that they cannot help themselves towards other things, who then feel that their suffering is justified, who then are not able to speak out against injustice in society, against economic ills, for example. But secondly, these are the children then who are much more abused when they are within violence, when the parents who abuse them actually do it to a violent extent. This is important because then these are the children who then have like certain religious beliefs or certain extreme beliefs. When the extreme beliefs happen, the possible loss under our side is much more important because you lose these children having violence, you lose these children having their traumatic child PTSD, for example. But secondly, this is a permanent, long-lasting, irreversible scars on a children's life. Note, this can literally damage their whole entire lives and the trajectory of their lives, their career in the future. This can lead them to all the bad things that Nathan already told you. But note, thirdly, I believe that having or like spoiling these children is a priority to resilience because you need to have a sense of self-worth in order to actually feel like you want that self-worth, in order to actually survive in this world. Because I'm going to reframe resilience. It's not wallowing in despair. It's not like being desensitized to the pain itself. It's being hurt or suffering, but smiling anyways and having fun anyways, because you realize that the grace that has been given to you by your parents, that the love, that blessings that your parents give you literally outweigh all of those things in the first place. But this means you literally need an anchor from like pre-existing love. You need this from your family spoiling you, from giving you all the love that they can give, for you to actually believe that you deserve this type of love in the future, for you to actually fight for the things that you want for the benefit for yourself. We're going to then rebut a couple of things and rebuild. They told you that men became way smarter is another reason for this toxic masculinity movement, but they never realized, they never gave analysis why this is the only reason. This can also be a supporting like narrative that only makes our claim worse, right? But secondly, they told you that social media is going to weaponize this. I'm telling you that this is precisely that the stakeholders within social media are going to weaponize this narrative that is then bad when people within society like demonize young people by calling them like snowflakes, for example. But they told you about spoiling parents. I believe this is a big tipping point, and I'm telling you, their like frame of it is very extreme because spoiled children only act that way and only act really, really weak. It is when their parents are just like completely invalidating them and completely barring them from outside influences. Note, this most likely won't happen in our side when the children are likely to be vulnerable. They're likely to be pushed by their parents to go out and work. Either way, they're likely to be exposed to all of these other harms within society in the first place. This is much easier to get under this because we spoil them when the world wouldn't. You know what you want, resilience. You can only get that when the children are able to feel the confidence to face anything. They are able to much prepare for pressure when we act as a support and we placate them, when we act as a fallback to them, that they can then return back to us. This is when they are able to still feel happiness even when the world is pushing down on them. This is important. I'm going to then act on the vulnerable actors because it is important that it is only under our side that the vulnerable actors are safe. It is not only the children, but it also marginalized communities like people in extreme poverty. Note here, I'm going to tell you that other narratives worsen the implementation of this, how that character itself is portrayed, for example, how you're portrayed as stoic, like accepting strong. This doesn't mean acceptance, this only means like expectation. Okay, why am I using like, sorry for the like AI like thing, like but this is a good format. I'm going to flip here. One, this is inherently worse. It suggests that suffering has a purpose, but it doesn't. It creates an acceptance not for the poor, but for the others to then take a blind eye for this. Because necessarily the poor, those who are suffering, can never truly accept their suffering. One, because it's necessarily meaningless. At the point that you are then suffering, you are much more aware of whether that suffering is actually has meaning or not. You are much more reflective because then your brain goes into overdrive when you are suffering. Your brain tries to find other things to rationalize their suffering. Your brain tries to find logic within that chaos. This means you are much more aware and you notice more things. You notice that inherently all of the things that happens in our life is much more meaningless. You notice that the suffering itself does not build character. The suffering itself does not have any meaning. But secondly, humans can never accommodate to negative emotions. With positive emotions, sure, but pain, getting slapped by your mother for the 1,000th times is going to feel the same as it did the first time. But thirdly, because they're human anyways, these people have hearts. If you shut it to pain, you necessarily have to shut it completely towards all the other things, towards connections, towards relationships. This is important because they are desensitized not only to the bad emotions, to the suffering, they're also desensitized towards general human emotions. But fourthly, it never actually has meaning within life because then okay, I don't have reasoning for that. Okay, then the poor does not need to be revered. They don't need to be complimented for being so strong. What they need then is pity. They need people to hate that this is happening to them. They need people to actually help them. On vulnerability, these are the actors who are unjustly harmed, who has no meaning in the suffering. Those who didn't choose to be born in poverty. Those who didn't choose to be born in abusive environments, because they are those seconds away from ending it all, from ending the suffering when nothing matters at the end. They are those who then cannot accept and help and shut in their hearts, those who cannot seem to accept all this. Why is this narrative then important? Because these are the people who are on the brink on their suffering, because it then pushes them towards the tipping edge when it brings a sense of shame. When you cannot handle all of it, it is then when you do not have any fallback and count checks and balances in the first place. It is when you realize that nothing is important. I'm going to say why this won't be a good implementation. One, because anything relating to human suffering is always abstract. Humans cannot be rational in this way. Therefore, their outlook is most likely obscured by their emotions, for example, right? But secondly, because of the religious point that I told you about, because this creates glorification of suffering. Sure, this was in the past like important when you literally cannot do anything, but now you can. Literally just donate $1 and you probably already gave someone like 2 days of food. But thirdly, because it's literally made and shifted by media to not care. It justifies that mindset of apathy. We're not saying that you're not supposed to have apathy or you're supposed to care like about everyone, but we just need to acknowledge that it is apathy. It is not virtue. This happens necessarily when you try to justify that suffering builds character. But the last point, I believe even if you try to want to cater to the vulnerable people by complimenting them, and the people who then have went through a lot of suffering and built their own character, necessarily this does not exist because of them. This exists because they chose to do so in the first place. This is the comparative under our side. People who went through suffering and built their character through resilience, these are the people who are still applauded under our side, but the comparative here, they have more autonomy. It is because they chose to do so under our side. But note on the importance in society, the last point, this creates demonization of younger people, but secondly, people reject help insofar as there's a lot of things, for example, how you then don't feel that you need to deserve help, or you literally just reject it outright, because then you literally reject it outright. For example, how people reject donations. Thirdly, people do not give help in the first place, because this is important note, because these are the people who do not actually want to generally do good. For all of those reasons, oppose.
Thank you, second speaker of Gov. To continue, I call the second speaker of opposition.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
All right. I will start my speech in 3, 2, one. Firstly, I want to give some response regarding what their first speaker has mentioned before, because I think there are some misconceptions and thinking, like logical process and logical thinking process right here. First, they mentioned that like we need to really protect the vulnerable actors because it's going to cause like the bad impacts to these most vulnerable children in the conservative area, for example. Two responses to this. First, the answer to this isn't like simply opposing the narrative, but then probably if you are really worried about like the mental health and stuff, then the answer to that is probably more to like socializing about the mental health simply through like social media, for example, since like everyone has their phones and we're not living in a third class world or something. Like even people in like conservative areas, they still use phone and so on. And currently mental health is also a very important topic that's like everyone is talking about nowadays. So I'm pretty sure like people are also most likely acknowledge that fact. And like we shouldn't oppose this because inherently majority of people also need it too. Like even if you want to say that we need to protect these people, these children in vulnerable area, like well, some people do need this narrative, which I'll explain later, like the benefits and etc. And then second response, then people in those areas, in those conservative areas, if we flip the case, that actually in fact probably need it more than us because they live in rural areas with like restricted facility or whatsoever that are probably forcing them to actually become stronger, to actually face difficulties, to because of that probably they have like no thank you, they don't have the same rights as us or whatever. They're limited with their infrastructure and stuff, so they need this narrative to be able to face the world, to be able to get out from this situation, to know that like, oh, I need to build my character nicely, I need to be as resilient as possible so that I can like go out from my rural area and I can like face the real world with other people or so on. And then secondly, then they also we also want to clarify that like the existence of this narrative itself doesn't mean that like suffering equals to not being able to voice out our feelings, which I'll explain later how that works. And thirdly, I also want to clarify that like empathy is still achievable under our side if you want to argue about empathy, because like suffering doesn't really mean that we will not be able to feel empathy towards other people, because I can simply flip the case. It's like, for example, I see my friend suffering, and then because I know how it feels to suffer, I know like the feeling of suffering, and then I will feel bigger empathy towards her because like, oh, I know how it feels. Like, so I can just easily flip that case. So like empathy can still be achievable under both sides. Moving on to my extension then. I think both sides can agree that we as humans need to like build our character to be as tough as possible, to be as resilient as possible. Therefore, in order for us to like achieve that, to build our character, we need like experiences, right? As many experiences as possible as we can. Through those experiences, we're gonna be able to take like some life lessons, for example. Like these experiences cannot always be nice though. Like sometimes we learn the most through the most like excruciating experiences, such as for example like facing death or like seeing someone you love dead or something like that. Yeah, of course we're gonna like surely suffer, it's inevitable, but through suffering, how can it really build our character then? Like for example, you feel sad, you mourn, of course you grieve and so on, you suffer and feel every single pain, but it will gradually build resilience and toughness in you, because realistically you cannot keep on sticking to the sadness to face the real world. That's much more like hideous, for example. Realistically, you have to get up, and with the help of this narrative, it affects people into thinking that, oh, suffering builds characters. It's okay to feel sad now. It's okay to mourn now. But later on, like in the long run, because I've already known how to basically like quote unquote face the problem. I've already felt the most like atrocious pain ever. Later on, when I encounter another problem, it will be much easier for me to handle it. Like characters are built already later in that situation because of these like previous quote unquote suffering experiences. So then like how exactly this narrative helps then? When we're talking about a philosophy motion like this, I think what matters the most is obviously how it affects people, right? Now, based on my explanation before, this narrative can like simply give an incentive for people to actually strive and undergo all the sufferings that they probably feel, knowing the outcome later on. There is really no urgency to like oppose this, because this narrative in fact like brings benefit to people's mindset to actually overcome difficulties and taking it as an experience. Another example that I want to state, like for example, even right now during this debate competition, I feel stressed, I feel pressured, I am suffering inside, but since I have this narrative in my mind, like it's easier for me to handle the situation situation to feel maybe more calm, knowing that like these suffering feelings will eventually go away, and I've got like nice experiences. I'm able to meet lots of people and so on. So like I'm ready to face like another competition, since I have slowly built a stack of tenacity. I've built my resilience, and my mindset is changed to not like easily give up, to not run away from hindrances, because I need the suffer to better myself so that I don't like easily crumble apart. And with having this mindset on my mind, it doesn't mean that I cannot like, later on like go home and cry at my room if I did something, like if I did a blunder or something. Like, but basically in the situation right now, with having that mindset on my mind, like I'm able to face I'm able to encounter the situation more properly and more formally. Like that also applies to like the vulnerable actor that you were concerning about, because like you need this mindset to be able to face difficult situations, especially when they are more underprivileged than us. Or like another example then, for example, like during MPL, SLD, or like OSPEC whatsoever, students as like the newcomers are usually taken to like undergo hard challenges. Like they're probably being put under the hot burning sun for hours or so on, like to suffer. And I'm a living proof of that. I went to the like army dorm or whatsoever, and I had to like do push up front, etc. And since that day I became less complaining, because I already felt like how excruciating it is. Like I can feel how it feels like to be on other people feet, for example. Like the reason why also the reason why like religions also support this narrative, like the existence of it from the very beginning, is simply because they don't want to they don't want people to, like, for example, run away from their gods when facing difficult conditions. For example, like this brainwash, like quote unquote brainwash, is actually needed so that people still have faith, people still have strength, people will more likely to find an escape or like a way to solve problems. There will always be a silver lining and good in it, as what they mentioned before. This narrative in the end helps us to seek like the beauty and the essence of situations that are quote unquote harming us. It helps us to face hard conditions, to not easily get burned out or stressed, because if that happens, if you can't resist the suffer, you are gonna crash out, and eventually your mental health will also be negatively impacted. That's why, like, under their side, mental health is also like something to be concerned about, and mental health is still gonna be affected anyway. If this narrative is suddenly gone, then, and parents like nowadays feel like, oh, I should be more gentle to my kids, I should not let them suffer at all, like I will build their character through affection, love, etc., etc. Kids would then be able to like face the upcoming inevitable situations. For example, when they go to work, when they face the real situation and their boss is like making them suffer, for example, they don't have enough mental health to face it. They don't know how to handle, because they have never heard of this narrative. They feel unrespected because they are spoiled from the beginning. But with this narrative, we can actually try to like understand other point of views. We can respect others more. We can feel how it feels like to be on other people's feet. So like it also builds our empathy. So like because of those reasons, I'm very proud to oppose.
Thank you, second speaker of opposition. To continue, I call the third speaker of government.
All right. Checking that I'm clearly visible and audible.
Yep, visible and audible.
Thanks. All right. So before I start, just shout outs, I suppose, to all of my friends and incredible Reds debating community, to everybody who's supporting me in this journey, Chelsea, William, Aurel, Axel, all my coaches, Kako, thank you. And yeah, I hope that you guys can be happy with my speech here. Oh damn, I actually full screen the timer. Hold on. Okay. POI is on mute. I'll try and take one. Starting next week. When you come home tired from a long day of debating, from a long day of work where you are forced to slave away in a corporate office, only to say that it is for your development, only to say that it is for your future, for your betterment, that's when you feel empty. That's when you feel like these people don't really feel the pain that you feel, and you feel alone in that struggle. Only under our side do we push people to actually care about you. Only under our side are your suffering actually legitimized. Very proud to stand on government. 2 points of frame to kick off my speech. Firstly, I'd just like to clear up the burden, because I think their framing on status quo is very uncharitable. If anything, status quo is much more harsh and much more competitive than they say. One, the school system is heavily competitive because they're going all in for test-based grading like TKA on other like metrics. You're judged on literally everything you do, your character, school, etc. Therefore, it's a very high stress situation in toxic testing environments. Secondly, precisely because of social media, that's precisely when there is propagation of two things. The first is just negative narratives, things like job fields declining actively, how rupiah is falling off, and how our futures all are damned, right? But secondly, this is like understand firstly that this is most likely to be exaggerated and very like dramatized by news insofar as they have that incentive to capture that audience. But secondly, you have comparison because you see your friends succeeding, you see your friends getting that internship, getting that getting those good grades or getting to some good uni, right? And that's when you feel down and you feel and compare your own experiences with them, right? And that's when jealousy and all of these things emerge. It also means that other people are more likely to compare you with them insofar as they also have access to this information, right? Therefore, I think this proves that the status quo is very, very harsh. Their burden is to prove why it's not enough, precisely because you're already suffering in that village that's like Second told you about. That's precisely when you're already going to be strong. We say that that's enough, and we say that you deserve some solace. But secondly, I just think that parents have other incentives to push you to work hard, right? Maybe they want you to go to a good university. Maybe they just want their kids to be like very to be caring for their family or be strong for their family. I don't really get why parents are going to be exactly neglectful insofar as they have any all of these other things. Two clashes. The first thing I'm going to talk about children, which is the brunt of the debate. Secondly, quickly on society. The first thing on children. They champion their case on the strawberry generation and ignorant parents, and they tell you that it builds character. Firstly, I just like to kick out the ignorant parents argument. Ignorant parents are going to be ignorant under both sides of the house insofar as they're just bad parents. The difference then is that under our side, they're demonized more for it because when you leave your kids alone at house and you expect them to grow and learn for themselves, to learn to take care of themselves, that's precisely when these things aren't glorified and therefore you're going to get more check and balances for them. But secondly, at the very least, if you do not care about these kids at all, at the very least, you allow them to have fun. The difference is you come home with zero expectations of them developing in any way, and if they still can't cook for themselves, you're okay with that because you never actually help them. Under your side, you're much more likely to demonize them for it. But the second thing then on the idea of character, I think we give you very strong analysis as to why trauma is actually harmful for you. Understand that good parents will still be good. Therefore, like strong kids will still be strong. Therefore, the delta in which this debate takes place are the only people who are vulnerable, who go to constant suffering, or who simply do not have the mental capacity to deal with it, right? Even if, sure, these parents will still stay toxic or ignorant under our side. What's the difference? Firstly, we said that there are better checks and balances insofar that A, you push other parents to call them out, for example, when because they lose their primary justification of ignoring these kids. But secondly, you allow the kids to speak up because the reason that people neglect children in status quo is they believe that their parents are doing the right thing or think that they're doing the right thing, right? Insofar as you take away this justification for people to argue whatever like the right they have for their kids, that's when you're going to get much more propagation of the news that Nathan told you that of the media portraying the harms of, for example, these kids and losing the justification. Therefore, people are much likely to listen to your suffering as a child, and you're going to get much more protection for these children. But secondly, even if you get all of the things that they're trying to tell you about all of this resilience, why is it still bad? We say that it results in toxic masculinity, right? Precisely because one, children mostly who are male, who are boys, are pushed to suppress their emotions, are pushed to stay strong within status quo because it develops their character. But secondly, more importantly, we say that it is an active demonization of boys who are sensitive or emotionally vulnerable. These are traits who are associated with being bencong, with being gay, and therefore they're associated with women and feminine people only. This is an active harm to these people insofar as you suppress their primary identity, you suppress these people who are emotionally vulnerable. But for people who are within the LGBT community, people who are, for example, on the fence, you actively demonize them and you force them to mold into the same identity as all other men, and you suppress every single development of that community in every way possible because these negative narratives still exist. But lastly, we flip. It is precisely when there is no clear way to do how to like develop your character. We say that people opt into these things simply because it's the dominant narrative of how to develop children's character. When there is no dominant narrative, say we take them on their best case, that's precisely when parents are pushed to venture. Parents are pushed to actually analyze their children and find innovation within parenting techniques. That's why parents are now, for example, in status quo, much more likely to be friends with their kids and actually talk about them like as if they're equals, for instance. And these things only came to fruition as a result of parents being confused and not knowing which parenting technique is best. When you eliminate the narrative that this is the best technique, that's precisely when you get proliferation of all other techniques. But secondly, for those adults, especially those who want to become parents, who did suppress emotions and had to undergo the suffering without actually getting the betterment, we say that you allow them to get catharsis and you allow them to seek therapy. Because what happens is, for like my dad, for instance, or for my parents who actually got beat up, for example, by my grandparents, these people still think that, oh, it was justified, and they actually suppress these emotions even until adulthood. This is bad insofar as it carries on into the parenting techniques that you say into your children. We allow them to actually acknowledge the harms that were done unto them without actually degrading, for example, the name of their parents, and actually people actually listening to them. Because what happens when you don't do that is people call you disrespectful. People call you actively like not respecting the legacy of these people who came before you, right? Why is this important? Firstly, on weighing, we say it is a priori to children's development. What is a priori to children's development is their parents, and getting good parents, getting emotionally stable parents. We allow parents to be better under our side insofar as we proliferate ways for them to get better parenting techniques and to actually evolve and actually better their kids. But secondly, you allow them to actually release those pent-up emotions. But secondly, on the most vulnerable children, on children who do not have opt-out mechanisms, on the children who have bad parents, we allow them to speak up and we allow them to actually have some solace in their lives, knowing that their suffering is actually wrong, right? Second quick question on society, but before, there's no time for POA, sorry then. Firstly, the biggest claim is that, you allow vulnerable people to get catharsis and feel good. Firstly, we already told you why that's particularly bad, why they're unlikely to, for example, to hold on to that suffering and actually just try and justify that. My second already give you an entire extension about that. I think it's precisely when you actually eliminate this and you get people speaking, and that's important insofar as you're likely to get for suffering that is actually as a result of oppression, for instance, suffering that is simply as a result of negligence of what we see that people will riot, right? But the problem is there are many types of suffering which are purely for the sake of development, purely for the sake of getting better character, right? These are things like, for example, the Catholic Church beating kids, telling them that it'll make them more obedient to God. It's, for instance, traditional communities beating kids because you tell them you'll be more appreciative of the community around you. Therefore, for the types of suffering which are inherently reliant only for character development, which bring no benefit, we already eliminated this under our side. But secondly, we say that we justify these people better because what happens under your side is you allow them to opt into a form of toxic positivity when they champion that suffering as a part of their identity, and therefore, one, either they reject help like Anno already told you, but secondly, you're just fed up because whenever you want to talk about these things, the people always tell you the same thing, right? Oh, it's okay, stay strong, you're gonna get development from this, you're gonna become a better person out of this. When you lose, for example, a family member, people tell you, oh, there's a better plan, you're gonna become better. We say that, one, it means people are just less likely to listen and actually empathize with you, not just like actually give you good advice, but just listen to your story, just be there for you in the moments that you actually need it the most. But secondly, at the moment when you don't actually get these things, when you see that, my parents beat me up and I'm still not an appreciating kid. My parents beat me up and I'm still not as strong as they wish. That's when the hope shatters. Because note that this hope that they tell you only works when you actually are able to materialize it. It's a short-term benefit. Under our side, you're much more likely to actually deal with the actual consequences of your circumstance. You're much more likely to actually accept it because you have no way out. Judge, for the people who are strong, we say that you do not need to help them. But for the people who have no one else, only government actually supports them. Only government gives them solace. For all those reasons, Protestant Gov.
Thank you, third speaker of government. To continue, I call the third speaker of opposition.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels, the world where you opposes this is actually the world where you stuck in past few years ago, where society just somehow revolved and society somehow stuck. This is exactly what happening in under the government side of the world. Now let's take a look at the big picturization of what happens on the government side. First, that they characterize this narrative with that as if this narrative would only be advocate, as if this narrative would only be implemented badly, would implement like misconception, implemented badly, for example. Like they didn't even look at the other cases where this narrative actually perceived as something that is positive. When people actually told you to like, you're suffering, then it's okay, you would get through this. Even though the government whip mentioned, it's actually just shows that people as empathize, they only told you to words, they don't actually care about you. Well, then let's flip the case again. That is actually it's necessary to prove that under our side, people actually would still present under our side. You know, it's just proof that you're not completely alone in the world. It's actually people would actually present for you. And also, my second speaker already emphasized on this, that how this actually would increase empathy, since when you're related to something, when you are concerned about something, then you see people around you actually faces this, then you are gonna be more empathic, you're gonna be even more understanding towards them, right? Okay, moving on to the clashes then. First clash is that which side actually touched the vulnerable actors? As mentioned by the government team and demonstrated by the government team, vulnerable actors here is the children. And also, in fact, BPM mentioned about another vulnerable actors, which is people in extreme poverty, which I would explain later. First is that on the children, they keep on assuming, they keep on convincing to you that, oh, actually, environment told you to handle all of your suffering a lot on your own, and you gotta suck it up, and you are actually not allowed to speak it out. You would only have to keep it to yourself. And then they also mentioned about how these children with bad parents, because parents are not aware, especially in formative age, and then it would later on cause child trauma because it doesn't show right away, but sticks with them and be brought when they are grown up. Panels, let's see what's actually happening in the status quo right now, right? In status quo, this is no longer happening. The status quo already addresses this, since our society already has an awareness on mental health. It already spreads wide. People, there's socialization, there's socialization and etc. Meaning that in our current world, in our current status quo, people that are aware on mental health already increases, including the parents, right? And it's like they're neglecting the fact that it already happens in the status quo, and it's like they're living in a world where this kind of thing just doesn't happen, and people are just careless about mental health. They also brought up about how it's being in a religion, how the suffering is actually come from God. I mean, you would get reward after this. Now, in current status quo again. First up, why it happens in the first place? It happened because a misperception on how people actually advocate this, on people actually telling them. But currently, we've witnessed that religious actors has actually breaks down this true purpose of this, has actually break down this words, the sayings, that these claims that the true purposes of this is not merely equal to that. You're not actually allowed to cry. You're not actually allowed to have time on yourself. You should keep it to yourself. You cannot speak it out and blah blah blah. This is not what happening right now in the current status quo. Okay, moving on to the second vulnerable actor that they mentioned, which is the people in extreme poverty. Well, first, this narrative, it's actually the most powerful principle that they hold. Therefore, it keeps them still continue their life. So, imagine without this narrative, then people in extreme poverty would instantly think that I've worked so hard, I've do this, I've done that, I've done everything I can, but why I'm still in the same position? This is what would happen. This is what would happen exactly if there is no this narrative. If we flip the case, then without this narrative, people would do this and do that, blah blah blah. But actually, let's see what is actually the real problem that lies on these people in extreme poverty. It's because of the broken system, right? It's because of the broken system. Therefore, blaming this narrative for as hurting, as is hurting people in extreme poverty is just not relevant. Second flash is that on the long run impact. They mentioned that this narrative would then implement by parents to show their children, to not allowing their children to speak out and making it child trauma, blah blah blah. But actually, let's flip the case then. We actually already provide to you how this impacts in the long run will actually be better on our side. Two responses to that. First is that it addressing the stigma of strawberry generation, which is happening currently in our current generation, which is the Generation Z especially. And why this strawberry generation happens in the first place. The terms arise towards Gen Z that easily gets stressed whenever they face life challenges, even if those life challenges are actually something normal that everyone would eventually face in their life. But Gen Zs tend to being hyperbolistic towards it, to be over dramatic towards it. Therefore, whenever they faces some life challenges, they immediately think, oh, this is actually hurting me. Oh, this is actually causing me a mental breakdown. Oh, actually, it's hurting me. I cannot take it anymore. And this is why strawberry generation also calls as the generation that are very mushy, right? Therefore, this narrative actually combats this stigma. This narrative actually builds into their mindset of the Gen Z that, hey, suffering isn't always something bad. Suffering isn't always gonna brings you to more breakdown, etc. But actually, suffering would builds you even stronger. Therefore, therefore, this is proof why our second speaker already mentioned that this narrative actually would guide you to find the beauty of hard times that you would later on realize it. Second, then on the communication, they said, right? Okay, what about this shock trauma actually would affect communication? Well, then let's see if without this narrative. Well, communication without this narrative would outcoming children that are spoiled, that are easily getting mental breakdown and etc. And imagine if you're like having a problem, but these children would actually avoid getting communication because they feel like, oh, actually, I don't want to talk to that person because I am already overstimulated. Talking to that person would making me even overstimulated, and it's not good for my mental. Therefore, I don't want to do it. Therefore, this also necessarily this narrative option also actually has been implemented in our daily life, like in SLDK and SOSPEC, as my second speaker would have mentioned. Also, in broader, is actually applied in jobs requirement, like in the BUMN companies. For example, KAI. This has actually happened where where the company would make the members, would make these employers, new employers, suffers first to actually managing to get a outcome of qualified members that are personal and doing better. Therefore, panels, we actually proves that without this, it doesn't necessarily solve the problem. Therefore, we should win this debate. Thank you.
Thank you, third speaker of the opposition. Now moving on to the reply speeches. I welcome the opposition reply.
Ngomong weh. Oh yeah, sorry, my bad.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
So my speech will start in 3, 2, 1. Panels, when the proposition actually started debate by saying that how his parents are actually tells him to actually suck it out and actually be resilient, for example, and saying that this is actually causing him so much harm. But we need to actually face the fact that it is actually one of the reasons why he is here in the grand final of this debate competition at the very first place, because his parents are teaching him to actually be resilient. That is why he can actually speak in today's debate. That is why he can actually compete at the very end of this debate competition at the very least panels. So we think that it still actually prove our stances that this narrative is actually still better in our world. We think that the major flaw of the proposition is they overly revolves on the worst case scenarios. Every of their arguments actually revolves and centers around the worst case scenarios. They repetitively centered around the vulnerable actors, like children, for example, and those people from conservative areas, for example. They fail to then explain to you panels how then opposing the narrative can actually benefit a broader actors. For example, the majority of the Generation Z that I have stated and I have explained to you that have this problem by being called the musty generation, right? We have shown to you that our benefits are not only on the minorities, but actually will touch us both the minorities and also the majority. We say to you that vulnerable actors can still gain benefits with this narrative panels. People that are poor, the people that actually lives in the rural areas, for example, then have the mindset that by the suffering that they actually
going through, they know that, oh, I'll become stronger than in the future. I know at least I'll be stronger than the people that doesn't actually go through the stuff, the suffering that I actually do. So they believe that they actually can be stronger, that don't do, that doesn't actually experience the suffering that they have, that in the future when they stumbles a new problem, they know that they will be capable to go through it. B, we think that we have clearly told you how majority actually can benefit from this narrative, right? How the generation Z, which I already said to you, the character of them that they said that it is very, very mushy, and the strawberry generation, it can actually increases and better their mental health. It can actually increases their action and also their reaction toward problem. It increases their resilience, and it makes them actually fuse people and fuse problems in a more positive way. Two, they repetitively characterize the narrative in an overly dramatically negative views, saying that, oh, the narrative will actually hurt vulnerable actors because they assume that the abusive parents will actually weaponize the narrative. For example, they completely neglect panels, the empowerment that this narrative can actually bring, that people can actually advocate the narrative in a very positive view also. They actually neglect this, and they centers a lot only on the negative views. Even if the character they frame, even if it's true that the narrative are going to becoming weaponized by these people panels, at the very least in our side, they have the incentive, people have the incentive then to go through their problem. At the very least, they have to believe that they actually should at least take a step and not really rumbles into places. At least they have something to hold on when they're actually stumbling upon a problem. We cannot neglect panels, the people that actually can benefit from this. We cannot neglect the majority of Generation Z, for example, the mushy people that can benefit so much from this narrative, only because we cannot actually blindly take a look toward the benefits that we try to offer. It can better their behavior. It can better the generation behavior and self-defense. It can actually decreases their avoidant issue, for example. It can actually make them more brave to actually take a step or take responsibility when they're actually stumbling upon a problem panels. This is the benefit that we cannot actually neglect only because of few of problems, only because of few of harm that they are assuming to actually happen if the narrative continues. And this is why panels, we don't believe that this narrative should be opposed, but we actually truly very proud to actually support the narrative. That is all.
Okay, thank you. Opposition reply. To close this debate overall, I call the government reply. The floor is
Checking if I'm audible.
audible.
Right. Wait a minute there. Okay. Starting in 3, 2, 1 panels. One thing that I encourage you to understand is that probably not everyone is as privileged as us. I'm so glad that opposition can go through their military program without having any scars, without having any harm done to them. But we need to consider other people who are not as privileged as us, people who actually have a worse upbringing than us. For that reason alone, so proud to propose. The first thing I want to point out is the unweighing. And let's take them at their best. Probably, sure, they have better methods to handle this suffering as they very desperately try to push on you. Under our side of the house, we don't need these methods to handle the suffering because we eliminate the root problem because we eliminate the narrative that caused these kind of things to begin with that opposition needs to defend, right? But secondly, one thing to establish is that the reason why BUMN are as strict and as not caring about employees' mental health as they try to tell you is exactly because of this narrative. When this narrative is non-existent, therefore it leads to a compounding effect, not only affecting the schools, but also affects how society perceive mental health, how BUMN perceive their employees' mental health, which means the impact will compound. This framing backfires under their side of the house. One strategic flaws then. I think they never proved then how other narratives can counteract these narrative, especially when we already told you how dominant this narrative is, how probably you as a kid are already exposed to this narrative from your parents, from your environment, from media spotlighting the figures or like kids who went through suffering and actually have a good ending to work after their suffering, for example. Therefore, it leads to internalization of this kind of thing. We already proved to you why this is bad. Under their side house, they never proved to you how then does other narrative can counteract this narrative that is actually the prerequisite for their benefits to work in the first place. Two questions then. Firstly, on argument on children on why exactly is it our mechanization is debate winning. Firstly, on magnitude, note that the worst case that could happen that they try to posit is these kids being called strawberry generation. This is their worst case. And the worst case under our side of the house is catastrophic impact for the children and how they behave, how they interact with others later down the line. And so far, this is when their formative years are. We say that this is way worse compared to being called a strawberry generation simply because you legitimize and you acknowledge what you're going through, your emotional well-being, etc. Right? But secondly, note that it is irreversible later down the line. Because Paul, you already internalized this. You already internalized these kind of beliefs, this kind of narrative and paradigm, right? Therefore, when you go through these kind of narrative and the direct manifestation of it, and it's why I will prove to you why it's inherently harmful. Therefore, later down the line, you probably cannot change this. But thirdly, changes will not happen insofar adults that is in high standing within society that can actually manifest change that are not aware. We'll prove to you how we solve that, how we better that, and how we push for these adults to legitimize and encourage for more change, for more progressivism within the context of mental health, especially for children. This is the only prerequisite for changes to happen insofar these adults who are unaware, who are blatantly ignorant, are the ones who has the power to manifest change to begin with. But lastly then, adults' identities and values are mostly fixed. Therefore, the biggest delta within this debate are the children. Children who can still be influenced through what they're exposed with. Children who can be influenced through their parents simply encouraging them to be more talkative about their feelings, for these parents to help their kids to navigate through their own feelings. We say you can only achieve this under our side of the house. Judge, irrespective of the impact that I told you before, religious brainwashing or like toxic masculinity. Even if these kind of things, for example, at worst, are probably speculative, but at the very least, we give the children solace. We give the most vulnerable actor solace and actually give them the courage to go on proud to propose.
Okay, thank you, government reply. So that marks the end of the grand final round of LDE Jawa Barat 2026. I'm going to stop the recording now.
Recording stopped.
Okay. Yep, thank you so much, everyone. So both teams can just virtually shake hands and take your well-deserved rest in the meantime and wait for the awarding announcement. All the best for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Honorable supervising teachers and coaches of the NSDC West Java 2026 participants. And last but certainly not least, our greatest pride, the brilliant students participants of NSDC West Java 2026. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. All praises and gratitude to be Allah Subhanahu wa taala, for by his grace and blessings we are able to gather here today for this extraordinary event, the NSDC West Java Province Level 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the closing and awarding ceremony of the National School Debating Championship NSDC West Java Province 2026. So let me introduce myself. I am Diki Roy Nirwansyah and I will be guiding you for this afternoon's closing events. Ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed intense arguments, rebuttals, and intellectual brilliance over these 2 days. As this incredible competition draws to the conclusion, we will find out which teams take the trophies home today and who will represent West Java in the National School Debating Championship in the upcoming August. But first, let me walk you through our agenda for this afternoon. So the first agenda is singing the national song, Padamu Negeri, and then followed by the delivery of competition report from the committee chairman, Bapak Kiki Nurmawansyah SPDI. And then the next agenda is an official closing remarks by the head of the PSMA division, Bapak Dr. Haji Ai Nur Hasan, IPMSI, and then followed by the closing prayer that will be held by Bapak Haji Toteng Suhara, and finally the announcement of the best teams and the best speakers who will be led by Ibu Sunengsih MPD. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to foster our love for the nation and honor our journey today, let us stand up straight as we sing the national song Padamu Negeri. So please stand, and for those who are at home, please stay and sing together. Thank you very much, everyone. Please be seated again. Well, moving forward, let us listen to the official report regarding the organization and outcomes of this year's competition. And for that, we welcome the committee chairman, Bapak Kiki Nurmawansya, SPDI. The microphone is yours, Bapak.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hamdan wa syukrunillah amma ba'du. Allow me to use Indonesian language. Yang saya hormati Bapak Kepala Bidang PSMA Dinas Pendidikan Provinsi Jawa Barat. Yang saya hormati Bapak Kepala Sekolah SMA Negeri 1 Lembang, yang saya hormati Bapak Ibu fasilitator, dan yang saya hormati Bapak Ibu Dewan Juri, serta Ketua dan Pengurus MGMP Bahasa Inggris, dan juga para guru pembimbing serta peserta National Schools Debating Championship tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat tahun 2026 yang kami banggakan. Puji dan syukur kita panjatkan kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa, karena atas rahmat dan karunia-Nya seluruh rangkaian kegiatan pada hari ini, kegiatan National School Debating Championship tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat dapat terlaksana dengan baik, lancar, dan sukses. Bapak Ibu sekalian, sebagaimana diamanatkan dalam panduan lomba LDI tahun 2026 yang diterbitkan oleh Pusat Prestasi Nasional Kementerian Pendidikan Dasar dan Menengah, pelaksanaan NSDC merupakan bagian dari upaya pengembangan talenta peserta didik dalam bidang komunikasi, berpikir kritis, kolaborasi, serta penguasaan bahasa Inggris. Secara umum, Bapak Ibu sekalian, pelaksanaan kegiatan berjalan dengan tertib dan sesuai dengan ketentuan yang berlaku. Seluruh tahapan lomba mulai dari registrasi, technical meeting, babak penyisihan, babak eliminasi sehingga penetapan pemenang dilaksanakan berdasarkan pedoman dan mekanisme lomba yang telah ditetapkan oleh Pusat Prestasi Nasional. Bapak Ibu sekalian, Bapak Kepala Bidang yang saya hormati, hasil pelaksanaan kegiatan ini telah menghasilkan juara 1, juara 2, juara 3 NSDC tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat tahun 2026, serta 3 pembicara terbaik atau best speaker, Tentunya penyampaian juara ini, juara dan pembicara terbaik akan disampaikan oleh Dewan Juri nanti. Selain menghasilkan peserta terbaik, kegiatan ini juga menjadi sarana pembinaan karakter peserta didik dalam mengembangkan kemampuan berpikir kritis, menyampaikan argumentasi secara logis, menghargai perbedaan pendapat, serta membangun komunikasi yang efektif dan dalam berbahasa Inggris. Kami menyampaikan apresiasi dan terima kasih kepada seluruh pihak yang telah berkontribusi dalam menyukseskan kegiatan ini. Tentunya yang pertama kepada Bapak Kepala Bidang yang telah mendukung dari Dinas Pendidikan Provinsi Jawa Barat, kemudian kepada seluruh cabang dinas wilayah 1 sampai 13, kemudian Dewan Juri, guru pembimbing dan seluruh peserta dan panitia pelaksana yang telah melaksanakan pada kegiatan hari ini. Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami juga menyadari bahwa dalam pelaksanaan kegiatan ini masih terdapat kekurangan. Oleh karena itu, masukan dan saran dari berbagai pihak akan menjadi bahan evaluasi untuk penyelenggaraan kegiatan di masa yang akan datang. Sehingga kegiatan yang kita laksanakan hari ini dan ke depan agar semakin baik dan berkualitas. Tentunya Pak Kepala Bidang yang saya hormati, demikian laporan pelaksanaan kegiatan National Scoring Debating Championship NSDC tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat tahun 2026 kami sampaikan. Atas perhatian dan kerjasamanya seluruh pihak kami ucapkan terima kasih. Tentunya untuk itu kami mohon kepada Bapak Kepala Bidang Dinas Pendidikan Provinsi Jawa Barat untuk menyampaikan atau memberikan arahan untuk kami semua dan sekaligus menutup acara NSDC ini. Tentunya itu saja yang dapat kami sampaikan. Mohon maaf yang sebesar-besarnya. Terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Jazakallahu khairan kasiron. Thank you very much, Bapak Kiki Nurmawansyah, for the report and for leading the committee on this year's NSDC West Java competition that has been successfully ended today. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the official closing remarks. We are highly honored to have the head of the PSMA division of Disdik Jabar, Bapak Dr. Haji Ainur Hasan APMSI, to deliver his remarks and officially close the NSDC West Java Province Level 2026. Now we welcome Bapak Dr. Ainur Hasan.
Ya, Matur nuwun, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Rekan-rekan yang saya hormati, Dewan Juri kegiatan SDC tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat yang sudah bekerja ekstra ya, di 2 hari ini menyelesaikan tugasnya, rekan-rekan ketua dan pengurus MGMP Bahasa Inggris tingkat provinsi dan para panitia yang sudah luar biasa dengan segala keterbatasan sarana, tetapi substansi kegiatan NSDC ini sudah berjalan sesuai dengan ketentuan dan berjalan secara objektif. Pak Toteng ada? Oh iya.
Ada Pak.
Kepala sekolah ya. Terima kasih Pak sudah menyiapkan tempat ya. Sehingga kali ini kegiatan kita di SMA Lembang ini bisa berjalan atas dukungan rekan-rekan Pak Kepala Sekolah dan jajarannya menyiapkan berbagai sarananya ya, sehingga hari ini kita bisa menyelesaikan seluruh rangkaian NSDC tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat. Mudah-mudahan dengan segala keterbatasannya tadi, saya yakin ini menjadi pemicu kita untuk menunjukkan yang terbaik ya, tanpa harus terlalu banyak kegiatan yang sifatnya seremonial. Memang Pak Gubernur sudah memberikan teladan kepada kita semua agar kita berfokus kepada substansi ketimbang mengutamakan hal yang sifatnya seremonial belaka. Saya yakin dari tadi yang disampaikan di laporan bahwa kualitas peserta didik kita, para peserta NSDC tahun ini jauh lebih baik daripada tahun-tahun yang lalu. Selamat kepada adik-adik ya, yang sudah bisa menunjukkan eksistensi dirinya. Boleh kegiatan seperti ini sesederhana mungkin, tetapi kualitas anak didik kita tentunya harus terus meningkat dari tahun ke tahun, dan ini sudah kita tunjukkan di kegiatan SDC di tahun 2026 ini. Begitu, sekali lagi selamat kepada adik-adik yang sudah menyelesaikan seluruh rangkaian SDC di 2 hari ini. Mudah-mudahan apa yang sudah ditunjukkan di beberapa waktu yang lalu ini terus ditingkatkan. Karena untuk masuk ke level nasional masih cukup waktu, sehingga para pendamping dari sekolah asal, para manajemen sekolah asal, yuk kita olah kembali, kita matangkan kembali anak didik kita yang kali ini lolos masuk mewakili Jawa Barat ke level nasional. Saya berharap kita bisa menunjukkan kepada Pak Gubernur, kepada masyarakat Jawa Barat, kegiatan NSDC tahun ini, anak-anak kita bisa menembus ke level nasional, bahkan bisa ke level internasional. Kita tunjukkan bahwa betul keterbatasan kegiatan penyelenggaraan tidak membatasi kreativitas dan kualitas anak didik kita. Mudah-mudahan ini bisa kita tunjukkan kepada masyarakat ya, bahwa memang tadi kualitas anak didik kita memiliki kualitas yang lebih baik dari tahun ke tahun, tentunya dengan dukungan manajemen dan efektivitas manajerial di sekolah-sekolah kita di Jawa Barat. Yang berikutnya tentunya juga penghargaan yang setinggi-tingginya atas upaya terbaik dari anak didik kita, sehingga Pak Kiki silakan nanti kita agendakan ya hal positif, saya kira perlu dipublikasikan ya untuk memicu anak didik kita melakukan hal yang sama ya. Jadi syiar kebajikan itu harus dibesar-besarkan. Di media sosial yang banyak bertebaran kan fitnah dan kebencian. Jangan kalah dengan seperti itu. Maka nanti coba kita agendakan juga, apakah nanti di apel di distrik, nanti ada diundang, berbagai kegiatan lomba ya, para pemenang diundang untuk dilihat bersama ya oleh masyarakat, khususnya oleh dunia pendidikan. Dan sekali lagi kepada adik-adik kita yang kali ini belum sempat meniti sebagai perwakilan di Jawa Barat, ini adalah bukan segala-galanya. Banyak kesempatan, banyak waktu untuk menunjukkan eksistensi diri dengan cara yang sama ataupun cara yang berbeda ya. Banyak kegiatan lomba, bukan NSDC saja, banyak juga yang dilakukan oleh di luar pemerintahan ya. Saya kira banyak kesempatan. Sehingga apapun yang ada raih, mau sebagai pemenang walaupun bukan pemenang, itu hanya sebagai sarana ya, adu ide, adu gagasan, kemampuan komunikatif, dan saya yakin seluruhnya adalah anak-anak terbaik yang mewakili kabupaten kota Jawa Barat. Sekali lagi, adik-adik ada anak terbaik yang layak diberikan apresiasi dan penghargaan dan penghormatan dari kita semua. Dan karena keterbatasan yang mewakili harus dengan jumlah tertentu, ya, sehingga hanya sebagian kecil yang bisa lanjut ke level nasional dan selanjutnya ke level internasional. Sekali lagi, adik-adik adalah murid-murid terbaik yang insya Allah pada saatnya menjadi orang-orang hebat, orang-orang yang memimpin di negeri ini sesuai dengan bidang dan karirnya masing-masing. Yang terakhir, saya sampaikan penghargaan yang sebesar-besarnya kepada seluruh partisipan, panitia, dewan juri, dan masyarakat, dan dunia pendidikan yang sudah memberikan yang terbaik kepada anak didik kita sesuai dengan bidangnya masing-masing, sehingga mereka bisa unggul sesuai dengan passion, sesuai dengan kompetensi yang mereka miliki. Mudah-mudahan dengan upaya kita bersama, pendidikan di Jawa Barat semakin baik, dan anak didik kita menemukan jati dirinya, bisa berkarya, bisa berjuang, semaksimal mungkin dengan segala potensinya untuk menjadi orang yang terbaik di dunia internasional dengan tetap berpijak kepada akar budaya sebagai warga Jawa Barat, sebagai orang Indonesia. Saya kira cukup. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya, terima kasih atas perjuangannya, dedikasinya, dengan mengucapkan hamdalah kegiatan NSDC National Schools Debating Championship tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat tahun 2026 saya nyatakan ditutup. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hatur nuhun, thank you very much Bapak for the inspiring words, motivation, and for officially closing our event today. So now, ladies and gentlemen, to express our deepest gratitude for our smooth running event, let us take our time and bow our heads in a prayer that will be led by Bapak Haji Toteng Suhara. Bapak, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen and my dear students, please allow me to lead the prayer according to Islamic way. Those of other faiths or beliefs are welcome to pray in accordance with your own religions and convictions. Alhamdulillah walladzi arsala rasulahu bil huda wa dinil haq liyuzhiru ala dini kulli wa kafa billahi syahida. Allahumma rabbana la tu'ahidna inna sina au akhtana. Rabbana wala tahmil alaina isron kama hamaltahu ala lazina min qablina. Rabbana wala tuhamilna ma la taqata lana bih wa'fu anna waghfir lana warhamna anta maulana fansurna 'alal qawmil kafirin. Ya Allah, thank you for providing smoothness and success in organizing the NSDC of West Java. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, give our students ease, smoothness, and success in the implementation of the national level of NSDC and can go to international level. Ya Allah, the most generous, grant us the ability to guide our students to become an outstanding generation having good character and high achievement. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, grant our prayers and hopes. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Aqulu qouli hadza wa astaghfirullah li wa lakum. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Thank you very much for leading us in the prayer, Pak Haji Toteng. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally arrived at the most awaited moment of the entire day, the winner announcement, and to announce who will be capped as the best teams and the best speakers of NSDC West Java 2026. And I will now hand over the microphone to the wonderful Ibu Suningsih. And I am Diki Roiniwansya, signing off. I'm so sorry and I do apologize for any misspelled and mispronounced word or names. And thank you very much for your wonderful attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Saya izin ya pamit ya. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Yes. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Pak Diki, for the opportunity. Now, the moment we have all been waiting for, the announcement of the winners and the official delegates for the national NSDC. Ladies and gentlemen, before we announce the results, please note that decisions made today are completely objective and final, based on the score from preliminary round 1 to 5 for the best speakers, and based on the score from the last round for the best team, from the last elimination round. They are also based on the meticulous evaluation of our esteemed panel of adjudicators who are officially recognized by Puspresnas, the National Achievement Center. We call them as Juri Terekognisi, and have taken a solemn oath to uphold the highest standards of integrity, fairness, and transparency throughout these competitions. Because of those, then we proudly announce the top 3 best teams and the top 6 best speakers, where the top 3 ranked speakers will officially represent West Java Province. The first agenda is to announce the top 3 best teams. Please welcome Mr. Stanley Marco. The floor is yours.
Okay, before go to the awarding announcement, please also allow me to use bahasa Indonesia untuk sebatah kata. Kita mengucapkan banyak terima kasih kepada pihak sekolah SMA 1 Lembang sudah mewadahi tempat untuk bagi kita melaksanakan seleksi LDI Bahasa Inggris Provinsi Jawa Barat 2026, Dikti Jabar, operator, tim humas, dan semua pihak yang sudah menyukseskan seleksi ini. Untuk pengingat kepada seluruh tim, Bapak Ibu Dewan Pembina, bahwa tim terbaik atau juara 1 sampai 3 dipilih berdasarkan hasil babak eliminasi. Terkhusus untuk juara 3 dipilih berdasarkan speaker score tertinggi di babak eliminasi semifinal yang dilaksanakan tadi. Okay, then we can proceed to the awarding announcement. Welcome to the awarding announcement of LDI Provinsi Jawa Barat 2026. Second runner-up, we congratulate to Kabupaten Sukabumi, Muhammad Awali Faiz, Aneila Syarla Avantia, and Muhammad Hilmi Salam. For the first runner-up, congratulations to Kota Cirebon, Aisyah Atifa Yuwono, Chelsea Frederica Cahyadi, and Salma Khairunisa. At the champion of LDI, Provinsi Jawa Barat, Cabang Bahasa Inggris 2026, we congratulate to Kota Bogor, Samuel Nathan Andriawan, Cristiano Immanuel Yuniwali, and Gracio Bintang Wijaya. Congratulations. Saya kembalikan ke Bu Suningsih.
Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations to the winning teams. Next, to announce the top best speakers, For your informations, we will announce 6 best speakers and they will be awarded certificate for their 6 best speakers. However, the top 3 ranked speakers will officially represent West Java Province at the National School Debating Championship. And to announce the top 6 best speakers, I welcome Ms. Regina. Ms. Regina, please, the floor is yours.
All right.
Okay. Miss, sorry, the top 10 best speakers. Yeah.
Right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. To the Honorable Committee Chairman Bapak Kiki, SMA 1 Lembang Headmaster Bapak Asep, the whole Committee of LDI Provinsi Jawa Barat 2026, Ibu Sunengsi, Bapak Toteng, Bapak Oki, and Bapak Diki, the whole invited adjudicators, Bapak Ibu pembimbing peserta, and of course, last but not least, the whole debaters for LDI Provinsi Jawa Barat 2026. Representing the whole adjudicator, I would like to express my gratitude for the opportunity and trust that has been given to us. It has been 3 years since I started judge LDI Provinsi Jawa Barat, and I'm proud to say that this year has been the most competitive year I've ever judged, and this is all are the accolades and merit accredited to all of you. So I think everybody should be proud over that, and regardless of the result, this all reflects the capability and the skill and how every debaters in Jawa Barat never ever fail to actually amaze the whole adjudicators and even the whole participant every time, every year. So regardless of the result, congratulations. Last but not least, to end it sweet and nice, we are sorry if there is anything that is still lacking or we did something that is wrong, whether it is unfortunate or it is something that is happened without we thought it could happen. But at the end, know that we all did our best, know that this is all, we judge based on our integrity, and we did base our judging based on our solemn oath as well. Now, for the most awaited, for the Best Speakers Award, the top 3 will then continue to get further pembinaan then by District Jawa Barat. The whole itinerary and the whole idea, the whole process will be further explained by District Jawa Barat. But then, let's start with the 10th best speaker. And this is how this is to reflect how amazing it is, how competitive it is, because it's all started with co-9th best speaker. To start, co-9th best speaker with the average speaker score of 68.70 with standard deviation of 1.44. We congratulate Ulie Dordiana Batubara. Congratulations from Kota Depok. Next, another co-9th best speaker with the same average speaker score, 68.70, and standard deviation of 0.87. We congratulate Mireille Yael Tanzil from Bandung. Congratulations. Next, 8th best speaker with the average speaker score of 69 and standard deviation of 1.18. We congratulate Chelsea Frederica Cahyadi from Cirebon. Congratulations. Next, for 7th best speaker with the average speaker score of 69.20, standard deviation of 1.29, we congratulate Aisha Atifa Yuwono from Cirebon. Congratulations. Moving on. For the 6th best speaker with the average speaker score of 69.30 with the standard deviation of 0.98, we congratulate Shirin Putri Mulia from Depok. Congratulations. 5th best speaker with the average speaker score of 69.80 with the standard deviation of 1.36, we congratulate Graciela Chelsea Leticia Langi from Depok. Moving on. Fourth best speaker with the average speaker score of 70.10 with the standard deviation of 0.73. We congratulate Valerie Madison Sastra Sumita from Bantung. Congratulations. Moving on, the third best speaker with the average speaker score of 70.60 with a standard deviation of 0.97, we congratulate Cristiano Emmanuel Iniwali from Bogor. Congratulations. Moving on, for the second best speaker with the average speaker score of 70.70 with a standard deviation of 0.98, we congratulate Samuel Nathan Andriawan from Bogor. Moving on. And last but not least, the overall best speaker with the average speaker score of 71.70 with a standard deviation of 0.75. We congratulate Gracio Bintang Wijaya from Bogor. All right. So that's it. Congratulations to all the awardees. Regardless of the result, back again, you guys did the best. Everything you guys give have proven your dedication and your spirit that is given to this competition. That is to say, representing all the educators, we want to say thank you to everybody, and I'm giving it back to Ibu Sunengsi. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. So let me revise again. Yang diumumkan 10 pembicara terbaik akan mendapatkan sertifikat dan 3 pembicara terbaik top 3 pembicara terbaik 1, 2, 3 itu yang akan menjadi perwakilan ke nasional. A huge round of applause for all winners or best speakers and newly minted provincial delegates. So we wish you the absolute best of luck. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally reached the end of our journey here at the West Java Provincial NSDC 2026. Over the past few days, this Zoom room has been filled with more than just arguments and rebuttals. It has been filled with passion, courage, and the powerful voices of a generation ready to shape the future. The dedication you have shown, the late nights of research, and the bravery to stand up and speak your truth are victories in themselves. To our winners and delegates and also participants in this West Java and SDC who carry the spirit, thank you very much. Let this one not be the end but a stepping stone to greater horizons. Our deepest gratitude as Disdik Jabar, the committee, and also our judges here. Thank you so much for all your attention. Padiki and I, signing off with deep gratitude and pride, keep speaking up and have a wonderful day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much. See you on the next West Java and SDC 2027.